Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Melbourne Park for day 3 of the 2016 Australian Open playoff on another beautiful day here in Melbourne town. We are getting set for men's quarter-final day, and of course court 6 is where we are, bringing you 3 big matches today. We'll also keep you up to date with the other men's quarter-final, which is next door on court 7. So we're getting towards the pointy end. We've got through the first round men's matches on Monday. The girls were operational yesterday. We'll go through their results in just a tick, but it promises to be another great day of tennis as we step up and get a bit closer to finding out who will be granted wildcards into next year's Australian Open. 1 male, 1 female to get that prize in the next few days. So Brett Phillips leading the team alongside MATOSEVIC, who's won this tournament back in 2012, Bodge, and 4 really good quality matches coming up today.
Oh, definitely. I'm really looking forward to today's quarterfinal action. We've got, the 18 and under Marc POLMANS. He won the 18s last week against, top player in James Duckworth. So, look, 4 great matches. Really looking forward to Ben Mitchell and Matthew Barton later on as well. So, not too sure what to expect, but it's going to be a great day.
No doubt. Let's take a look back at the girls yesterday. Some unpredictable results, and we sort of knew coming in with this draw that it could be quite open. A lot of chances if some of the younger girls could play their best tennis, they would have a chance of upstaging the seeded players, and we saw that yesterday, and the biggest one, of course, was the top seed Olivia Ragoska being knocked out.
Yeah, well, 6 of those girls played last week in the 18s, and obviously Kayla had a lot of matches under her belt, and what an upset that was. But look, it's just a great look for the future of our junior girls coming through the ranks and making that transition onto the women's tour.
Just to give people a little picture on Kayla McPhee, didn't have a ranking coming in, played about 10 tournaments this year, qualified for one event in Tweed Head, so really just starting her journey. But the way she played against Olivia yesterday, it's almost like she'd been on the tour for 3 or 4 years, really mature. She's got plenty of height, really strong off the ground, and she was super confident.
Well, she made the most of the big opportunity, and that was playing here on court 6, and she'd take a lot of confidence out of that, and I mentioned it yesterday. The big thing for her now is backing up that massive win from yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how she comes out tomorrow for her quarterfinal match.
And the other big result on your screen there, Destiny Aeva, she's the young 15-year-old from Victoria who has sort of been on the radar for the last 3 or 4 years. Got a lot of raps with those in the know here at Tennis Australia and those connected to tennis in general. She upstaged Olivia Chandramillia, who was the 7th seed. So I sat out and watched her match for about 30-40 minutes. She looks the part. She's one hell of a competitor.
Oh, definitely. She hits such a good ball, but a fantastic athlete as well. And it just at 15 years of age, just really reflects on what's to come for Destiny Aeva.
So they're the results from yesterday. Let's preview what is coming up today. As I mentioned, 3 big matches here on our show court. James Duckworth, he is the top seed from New South Wales. He takes on Marc POLMANS from Victoria, who won the under-18s last week. He got through to the quarterfinal stage with his opponent Alex Bolt having to retire, but he was right in that match. Luke Saville, he's been here a number of years, just inside the top 200 at the moment. He takes on, well, the man who's trying to get his career back on track, Marinko MATOSEVIC, who survived a 5-setter on Monday. Matthew Barton, as you mentioned, Boyana, taking on Ben Mitchell, 2 really fit guys. It should be a great match later on today. And of course the other match we'll keep an eye on is Brad Mousley taking on Jordan Thompson, which will be a high class match as well. There's today's weather, becoming sunny. Well, the sun is certainly out. We've had a bit of cloud cover around today, but right now it's picture perfect blue skies, getting to a nice comfortable top of 26 degrees. Just feels like a day for the boys of summer. I like that. Our graphics department just on the money. Very little chance of rain. And just looking ahead to the long-term forecast right through to Sunday, it's really going to hot up. Thursday, Friday, tops of 33, up to 39 on Saturday. We might get a bit of that northerly wind coming through, and the heat certainly will come into play there. And Sunday, 35 degrees is the top with a cool change at some time during the day, but fingers crossed we get through all the tennis on the weekend. So that's the weather forecast. Can be nice and warm for the players, which they become accustomed to in January. Great to welcome in John Hoovenars, who's going to be looking after everything social for us. And John, we've loved the interaction we've had with our viewers in the opening 2 days.
It's been fantastic, BP. We've been really blown away by the contributions of our viewers right around the world, tuning in to the live stream and also logging into Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Of course, Facebook's where we're running our marquee competition. It's called Caption This. You may have heard of it across the first 2 days, and we've already given away 2 double ground passes to the Australian Open. Well, here is the 3rd photo that we have supplied for Caption This. It's a photograph yesterday of Arina Rodionova following her win over Angelique Svinos, and she's chatting to her coaches there, but we caught her in this very interesting pose, and we'd we like to think that it's got potential for some creative captions from our viewers, and you can always see the examples that have already been sent in and then add your own. It's happening at Australian Open Facebook.com/Australian Open. Also on Twitter, we'll be running our hashtag wars throughout the week. It's time for episode 3 today, tennis v movies.
Right.
It's very simple. You have to take a movie that you know and give it a little bit of a tennis twist by incorporating something of the game of tennis, whether it's a player or an event or a location or even some piece of gear. For example, Star Wawrinka. So I've gone with that today, given that episode 7 of Star Wars is launching right around the globe tonight, and we thought we'd widen up the net a bit to include all movies. So if you've got a movie that's got a bit of a tennis theme, send it through to us on Twitter with the hashtag AOPlayoff and join the conversation there. We're also on Instagram as well with the hashtag AOPlayoff, so you can submit your photos if you're here at the ground at Melbourne Park, or indeed watching it right around Australia and the world.
Fantastic, Hoovers. We will get underway very shortly here. The two boys just warming up, James Duckworth and Marc POLMANS. And to all our international viewers, one thing we've loved over the last couple of days, because we've got people in all different time zones taking an interest in the AO playoff, is let us know where you're from. I always like to know just some of the best young players in your country to keep an eye on. Any predictions, any little tennis observations you might have, any little tidbits of news, we'd love to hear it from all over the globe, because of how global this sport is, Bodge.
And we've had a lot of viewers tweet in over the last couple of days from all over the world, from Sweden. We've had the USA, Canada, so keep those tweets coming on through.
Absolutely. Let's focus in on this match. The man at the bottom of your screen who was just serving Marc POLMANS. Well, I suppose on paper it certainly looks to be a big ass, but this is a young guy who's on the rise. He took out the under-18s. Alex Boldy's opponent did have to retire on day 1, but he was right in that match, and I watched a fair bit of that out on court 8 behind us. So Duckworth on paper seems to be the pick today, but it's an unpredictable sort of tournament.
And I like to think of it as a similar situation yesterday when Kayla McPhee took on the number 1 seed Olivia Rogaska. Sort of similar situation today with Marc POLMANS. Doesn't really have much to lose. He can go out there swinging. I think a little bit more of the pressure's on James Duckworth to have to step up and perform. But he had a tough one against Harry Boucher in the first round as well. So look, it'll be an interesting match. And look forward to see how it all pans out.
Indeed, Marc POLMANS is going to get us underway to serve first here on day 3. Our viewers would certainly be accustomed to James Duckworth. He's been on the tour, played this tournament a number of times. In fact, it was this tournament, probably going back 5 or 6 years ago, right? Really watched James closely, and you thought right then he had the capability of being a top 100 player.
Has been as high as 82 back in April this year. It's just dropped outside that top 100.
Yeah, a bit of a tough back end of the year. A few first round exits, and that ranking plummeted to 120, which is meant he's had to play here this week. Great serve by POLMANS, and he wanted to try and get a number of free points on that serve. He's ranking at the moment 846 as he looks to really make some inroads on that in 2016 at just 18 years of age. Like all the young Australian players, has spent time on the Australian Pro Tour this year, and then combine that with a bit of travelling all over the globe. So 17 tournaments in total, of course, transitioning from the juniors. It's a good deep return from James Duckworth. He'll look to try and put a fair bit of pressure, won't he, by returning well.
Definitely,
here.
yeah.
The Duck.
If anyone knows how to play 5 sets, it is Ducks.
Yep. good aggressive play at the net there by POLMANS, trying to get in. I think it was out on show court 3, not too far away from us here, where he played that epic match, James Duckworth against Blaž Kavčić. He was on the drip, I think, at the end of that 5-setter. A couple of summers ago, that really, really hot day. Great serve again. So he's come up with a couple of beauties here on serve, Marc POLMANS, and the young man holds in the opening game. As we saw with the girls yesterday, the top seed got knocked out, Olivia Rogoska. And James Duckworth, well, he won't want to be complacent today, because it is a week where there's so much to play for all the players to try and make the main draw of a Grand Slam. Of course, James coached by Ben Mathias, who also coaches Sam Groth, and they've added Thanasi Kokkinakis to the stable as well. So that's going to be interesting to see how that all sort of combines together in 2016.
POLMANS does have a doubles ranking of 269, so I think we can expect him to come into the net. He's not afraid to move forward. Showed that early on in that first service game.
Just long. It was got some good connection on it. Duckworth, of course, as Boyana mentioned, got as high as 82 this year. 27 tournaments in total, but quite consolidated that late in the year. Challenger runner-up in a semi. Quite a number of quarterfinals. Combination of the 250s and the challengers. Did qualify for Indian Wells and Miami earlier in the year, back in March. Won a round at both of those, so his early season form was very good.
And then in Brisbane, he made the quarterfinals, eventually losing to Roger Federer. Did defeat Gilles Simon and Jaco Neiman on his way through there.
Yep. A nice way to close out his opening service game. So we're a game apiece here to kickstart men's quarterfinal day at the Australian Open 2016 playoff. Good to have you with us, wherever you might be logging on all across Australia and around the globe, taking an interest in a big week for the Australian tennis players to try and qualify for a Grand Slam. It's going to be a big key here for POLMANS, isn't it, Bodge? You keep getting forward in the court, because a good player like Duckworth will be trying to push you back all the time and get into some uncomfortable areas.
And it'll be interesting to see how Marc POLMANS develops if this match does go deep into a fourth or into a fifth. Obviously only still 18 years of age, so he still has a lot of growing up to do in terms of his physicality. And you compare that to James Duckworth, who's played at the Slams, he's played the 5 sets.
Yep.
knows what it takes to get through.
So the errors coming off the POLMANS forehand wing in particular in this game. So he just needs to be able to keep the ball in play. That's the challenge of taking on a much higher ranked player who's going to make you hit every ball. And a double fault comes at a bad time. So there's the first breaker serve. James Duckworth, a top seed, sits down at 2-1 here in the opening set.
Well, as expected, Twitter has already lit up with the hashtag wars. Tennis and movies today. Join the conversation at hashtag AO Playoff, and you can get your puns up and ready. Let's take a look at some of them that have come through so far. From Happy Slam Tennis, Ground Stroke Day, You Got Served, Shakespeare in 40 Love,
Yes.
Alize in Wonderland, Beetle Deuce, and Rebel Without a Court. Very good. From Happy Slam Tennis. Down here from Augusto Moriello, Jankovic Unchanged, or Djokovic Unchanged. Finding Niemanen is a classic from Melanie Armstrong. One for the kids. Strangers on the 7 Train. The A-Team from Nick Leach. Here's some from Matt Coyne, Batman Returns, of course the Joker featuring in that.
Yep.
Soderling in the Rain. A Team to Kill, oh hang on, we've lost that. A Team to Kill, and some on the other page here. Djokovic Unchanged again from Xavier. Aaron Djokovic, that's a good one.
Like it.
The Wizard of Australian Open, and The Umpire Strikes Back from John O'Neill. This says the first year guys are Wookie. Very good.
Good work, team. Hey, some good suggestions
Bodge.
out there. We don't need to say anything.
No, we don't. Just get the ball rolling and they come. Keep them coming. Hashtag AO Playoff on Twitter.
So Duckworth serving here for a 3-1 lead in the opening set. Nice work. Good hands at the net. And I suppose I was watching James the other day against Harry Bouchier, and we know that he played this serve volley tennis. A bit like Sam, it was just instinctive to get in all the time. It'll be interesting, and I've seen sort of a bit of a mixture of both in the last couple of days, whether he's maybe going to pull back just a little bit, just make some little refinements to his game, and how he goes about it to try and get back in that top 100.
I guess that's the thing is, you know, he is at 120, but to break inside that top 100, it's not an easy task. And if you want to keep progressing, then you have to continue to build on those weapons. So for James, obviously he can hang back on the baseline, but his ability to move forward will definitely help put him in good stead.
Just long from POLMANS. I was talking to John McCurdy down here last week, who's been an influential figure in coaching here in Australia. He's at Tennis World at the moment. He's done a lot of work with Marc Polmans, and he thought that the one area that he could certainly improve was his serve. I mean, we've seen that first service game, a couple of aces, but geez, generally off the ground. He's competing really well here. So overruled by the chair umpire, and Duckworth gets the nod. 3-1 now. Got that nice little early break, and looking to build on this as we work our way through the opening set.
If you can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen, looks like it's Peter Luchak, who I think's been doing some work with Marc POLMANS, wearing the white hat. Obviously, he's known to have past player, college player, and then worked a fair bit with Leighton Hewitt. Very good mates with him.
Yeah, he'll do a little bit of travelling and loves to have a bit of family time as well, Luch. So now that Leighton won't be playing professionally next year, obviously that scheduling will change a little bit, and which opens up, I suppose, some opportunities to work with some other players.
Love. Oh! 40 love.
Really good service game from Marc POLMANS.
Duckworth leads 3 games to 2.
But it is still James Duckworth with the little break here. 3-2 in the opening set means quarter-final day underway here at Melbourne Park.
Just on the topic of movies and in the flavour of Star Wars, given that the world premiere of Episode 7's out, we thought we'd bring back this little perler from May 4 this year that Tennis Australia put together. The wonderful world of tennis expressed through the world of Star Wars. What a magnificent piece of artwork it is.
A few decent names in there, Boyana. Absolute stars of the game.
I like that Gael Monfils is sort of portrayed as Luke Skywalker there in the green. And
he definitely has the moves, doesn't he?
Serena there has a red lightsaber, which would indicate she's from the dark side.
Marat Safin also.
And there's a fair bit of Yoda about Rod Laver there towards the bottom left.
There certainly is. What a
like
great
how
shot.
They put Red Foo in there as well.
Some comedy relief.
The Joker. Have a look at that pose. You would have that reaction if you played the match that he played that night. So James Duckworth, the man on your screen there, to serve here at 3 games to 2 in the opening set. Looking to hold here to just maintain this little early buffer. Great work by Marc POLMANS. He was done and dusted out of the point.
Great anticipation as well to get to that ball.
Duckworth had set things up with a really good serve out wide. But just didn't quite get enough on that approach shot as he came to the net. Just kept the door a little ajar for Marc POLMANS. And that's one thing we've noticed about this young man. He's a competitor.
15.
Fantastic get by Marc POLMANS to get that one just inside the baseline, and then it wasn't an easy overhead for James Duckworth.
This is what I'm liking about him. His court coverage. He's powerful off the ground. He's serving really well to start this match.
40.
Just what Duckworth needed right there. So a couple of game points here for a 4-2 lead in the opening set. Yeah, it was a really good deep return by Duckworth. He does hold.
Duckworth leads 4 games to 2.
As you hear there from the chair umpire, he has got the lead in this opening set here at Melbourne Park. On a beautiful day, top at 26 for men's quarter-final day. We're also going to bring you Luke Seville, Marinko MATOSEVIC, Matthew Barton and Ben Mitchell. And of course, to get underway in the next half hour or so, just behind us on court 7, Brad Mousley and Jordan Thompson.
15 love. Yes, sector.
Looking very comfortable out there already, Marc POLMANS. Like you said, BP, serving very well. Getting a short return, exactly what he wants.
Just love the headwear too. Rog, it's unique. Well, in this era. Ivan Lendl many years ago. Just going long, he'd set it up really well with the good first serve. Just over cooking beforehand. Serve out to the backhand side. Just good pace on that second serve. So a really important hold here for POLMANS. This beautiful stuff from Marc POLMANS. And he stays alive here in this first set. Duckworth still at the break, leading it 4 games to 3. John?
Well, Facebook users, don't forget about our flagship competition of the day. It's called Caption This, and it's happening at facebook.com/Australian Open. Simply submit your caption to this photo and you could win a double pass to the first Wednesday of the Australian Open. It's a picture from yesterday's draw of Arena Rodionova.
Indeed, and the lady, if people can tell us who the lady is standing with her back to us, I know who it is, but I wonder if our viewers know who it is. One of the great tennis players, icon. She's done amazing things in her career. Louise Fleming, of course, just over there to the left. There's a few things you could align to that, but I'll leave that to our viewers who have been exceptional so far.
I like that. I heard Djokovic rubs his head and tummy like this before he plays.
Time.
And Arena got through comfortably yesterday. Didn't spend too long on court. She'll be fresh for a quarter-final tomorrow.
It was her birthday yesterday too.
It was. Big week for Arena Rodionova. The backdrop of the CBD. It's how closely placed Melbourne Park is to the city. close here with Marc Polmans, who he's a tall young man. He's very focused out there at the moment. This is a great opportunity.
Oh!
And long on the second serve, went for plenty there, Duckworth. So here's a little window for Marc Polmans to get it back to 4-all if he can execute. Duckworth will be looking for a couple of good first serves.
Down. 15 fair.
Well, Polmans is definitely matching it up with Duckworth from the baseline,
Yep.
and especially in those first few shots, how deep he can hit that ball.
Mm.
It's just a matter of whether he can hang in there long enough and make the most of these opportunities, because it was a second serve, love 30. Just can't afford to let James creep back in.
Yeah, well played by Duckworth. He's been going with that serve up the middle to good effect. Duckworth, the older player of the two, of course. 5 years the senior of Marc Polmans. Once again, goes with that big serve up the tee, which is working well for Duckworth, and a game point to get it to 5-3 here in this opening set. And there's another big serve up the middle, so Marc Polmans will have a good think about that perhaps in the next service game. 5-3 for Duckworth. And back on the record of Marc Polmans to try and once again stay alive here in this opening set. Just a magnificent day for tennis. 26 degrees. Bodge perfect. A little bit of breeze will more than likely drift through, as it does here in the afternoon. Fairly still right now.
Quite comfortable for the spectators as well, with the new shading added to this court.
Yeah, you can see there, if you've got a Grand Pass to the Australian Open, or you're thinking of coming to the Australian Open and getting a Grand Pass, and all the outside courts where some of the best matches are going to be, absolutely, we can tell you the spectator comfort has gone up a notch. Great little drop shot there from Polmans, just changing things up.
Long.
Seems to be a really good thinker out on court, Marc. Just the way he
Quite
goes
likes it.
about it.
And has quite a lot of variety in his game too. He's not afraid to use different aspects of his game.
Yep. Yeah, good deep return from Duckworth.
I think a lot of it's reflected from playing a lot of doubles,
Yeah.
because in doubles you need your high first serve percentage, you have to make your returns, and obviously you have to be aggressive at the net, and so far Marc Polmans is displaying a lot of that so far.
40-15.
Getting a lot of free points off that first serve.
Bolts.
Yeah, a couple of really good deep returns here from Duckworth, just keeping him in this game, but still a game point up the sleeve of Marc Polmans. Takes away the short ball back, so well done to POLMANS. Really competitive first set from the young 18-year-old, but James Duckworth in just a moment will come out and serve for the first set at 5-4.
Well, even James Duckworth was getting involved in the hashtag wars yesterday, and you can too on Twitter. Hashtag AO Playoff to join the conversation. And today's hashtag wars episode is tennis versus movies. And here are some of the ones that have come through from Twitter Sports AU. This is pretty good, guys. You can probably do better than us, but who framed Roger Federer? Brilliant. From I'm Better Than You, Citizen Canepi, the Sockeel Network, and Beauty and the Ghoul Beast. From John O'Neill, a couple here focusing on Love Match Actually, and Crazy Stupid Love
I
Match.
love those movies.
He's very good, John, isn't he?
12 Years a Slava Shvedova from I Am Better Than You, and Slumdog Millionaire. And one more down here I wanted to get to, I missed before, from Michael Beattie. Oceans 11, Aaron Djokovic, the Perfect Storm Sanders, who was in
Very good
action
one.
yesterday, and also Forrest Gumpire. Thank you very much, Michael. And look, this just popped in from Eleanor Preston. One flew over the Kukalova's nest.
Fantastic. Eleanor will be, of course, here right across the Australian Open. Well travelled. Been involved in tennis a long time. They could do it on board, El. You know who's viewing the coverage around the globe. What a great day for tennis, everyone. There he is, the man in blue. Just blending with the blue courts, James Duckworth, to serve for the opening set here at 5-4. He is the top seed in the men's draw. He's being challenged here by young Marc POLMANS.
Love 15.
Yeah, it was a I love that play from Ducks there, trying to move forward. I think when you're playing against someone that does get a lot of balls back, it does play on your mind in terms of when you have that volley, you really feel like you have to put it away.
Too good.
15 on.
Going to close out this opening set, James Duckworth.
Help!
30-15.
So 2 points away now for Duckworth. If you're viewing our live stream in Melbourne, come down, entry is free. You can sit in the all-shaded grandstands here and watch the guys up close. Really good, intimate sort of atmosphere here at the wildcard playoff.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's take the first one for now, and then we can move on to the next one.
And a bit of court etiquette if you are coming down, just to know when to sit down and stand up. Great serve up the middle by Duckworth. So it sets up a couple of set points. And beautifully played, getting to the net, which he loves to do, the number one seed here at Melbourne Park. And James Duckworth takes the opening set, 6-4.
Under largely sunny skies, clouds, nothing to complain about. What up? We're not a long way away from the first ball of this year's tournament.
It's open season for the Australian Open. Book now through Ticketek.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels pretty good. Had an early start this morning, a bunch of media commitments, but you know, to come back here and I guess to have the support of everybody and the way everybody reacted and so many nice messages from everybody, it's a pretty amazing feeling. I mean, it just really caps off a great year for me and a real comeback, and it caps off the journey so far. I don't feel like it's the end of my journey. I've got a lot of room left to move, but just the support from everybody and that everyone feels so strongly. Whoever chose the medal along with Nuke, one to be nominated, but then two to take it away. I don't know. It's sort of hard for me to put into words. It sort of gave me a chance to reflect on everything. Haven't had a lot of time, but over the past sort of 12 hours, and I'm in a really good place with my life. I'm in a really good place with my tennis, and this just sort of has made me realise that.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park. Beautiful blue skies. Second set to get underway. Marc POLMANS starting at the far end.
15 love.
But he's lost the opening set to James Duckworth, the top seed, 6-4. Your quick thoughts on the opening set, Bodge?
Well, apart from the one service game that Marc POLMANS lost, it was pretty much toe to toe. I think they're both getting a lot of free points off their first serve. So I think, for Marc, I think he just needs to keep doing what he's doing. I don't think he's doing too much wrong. He's getting a lot of balls back. Dux is obviously coming into it a little bit more, but pretty even at this moment.
He loves to get in, Duckworth.
Yep.
Beautifully executed.
15
Big part of his game.
I think the challenge for Marc POLMANS is whether he can continue to match it with Dux throughout this whole match.
Yep. He's well conditioned to the tour now, James Duckworth. He's been on it for a number of years and built that strength that you need. Endurance. What a great point. Good quality tennis. Covering some ground, both players. There's a man of the future right there, Marc POLMANS. Competing really well. Great touch again from Duckworth.
40. Okay.
So it looks like Boyano with that first set up his sleeve. He just looks like he's going to up the ante a little bit here, James, in terms of getting in.
I think it's crucial for him really to establish himself in these first couple games of the second set.
Yes. Really good point. Advantage Polman.
And for Marc POLMANS, how crucial this first game is for him. Just to hold serve.
Yeah.
And not let this match get away from him.
It's huge. Duckworth doesn't want to give him an opportunity either, so it's taken this opening game. It's great play by POLMANS.
Advantage Polman.
Continuing to be aggressive. You can hear him in our court mics there, just really trying to get himself going and stay in the contest. That's what it's all about for these younger players in the playoff this week. They're up against a few more seasoned campaigners.
That's the type of pressure that James Duckworth applies. He continuously keeps on coming into the net. And all those little pressures do eventually tally up and, like I said, help him throughout this whole match.
So juice here in the opening game of the second set. Good first serve, so now a game point for Marc POLMANS. As I mentioned, for a lot of those younger players, really great week to be able to test themselves up against some players who are higher ranked, been on the tour for a lot longer, a bit more conditioned physically. It's a great return from Duckworth, cross court with the backhand.
And I know earlier on, Marc POLMANS was using that kick serve out wide on the ad side, and it was being quite effective. And now it's a matter of trying not to get too predictable, because James read that backhand beautifully.
Advantage
It's
Duckworth.
gone again. This time with the forehand cross court. So now the opportunity for James Duckworth in this long opening game of the second set to get an early break. Oh, it's a great point once again. Great court coverage from Duckworth. And he has got the break of serve. He's got a set up his sleeve. 6-4 and 1-love he leads now in the second. Some good points between the two.
Oh, it's a very entertaining first game. A few drop shots, a few angles, some great returns from James Duckworth. Some good court coverage by Marc POLMANS.
Good anticipation from both players. So really good contest here to start men's quarter-final day. Of course, Duckworth defeated Harry Bouchier in the opening round. Marc POLMANS defeated Alex Bolt. Now they play for a spot in the semi-finals. And the winner of this quarter-final will take on the winner of the next game that we have for you. That'll be Luke Saville and Marinko MATOSEVIC.
15-love. Oh! 30-love.
Just really changing up, isn't he, the game style. Initially, at the start start of the first set, there was a few more rallies going on, but I think James is sensing that he's starting to win a lot more points at the net.
Great service game by Duckworth. Holds to love now in the blink of an eye in the second set. So the number 1 seed really putting his mark on this game early in the second, already with a set up his sleeve, not to give Marc Polmans any opening whatsoever. Lots of activity around the playoff here. Of course, bumping in for the Australian Open. January 18, it all gets underway here at Melbourne Park.
It's moments like these where Marc really has to do his best to hold here. Otherwise he'll be facing a double break.
Much there for Duckworth. Like his intentions though. That's one thing I mentioned John McCurdy before. I was talking to him about a few things last week, and I suppose the point of difference about the Australian players and the game, and trying to have that little point of difference to other players around the world. And too powerful. The emphasis on the volley. Go back through Australian tennis, go back to Pat Cash and Pat Rafter, and Sam Stosur, who's playing a lot of doubles, comes in comfortably.
I guess you could add Sam Groth to that calibre as well.
Yep. In terms of the coaching and the development of our young players, to really have that as a big feature of their game, rather than anchored to the baseline. Which means you've got to take a few risks. Good hold for Polmans, he needed that. Still Duckworth with the break here in the second set, leading at 2-1.
Reminder, you can join the conversation on Twitter right throughout our coverage. Hashtag AO Playoff is the place to do that. And you can join the hashtag wars. Today's theme is tennis versus movies. So give us your best tennis-themed movie like these people have done. In fact, Bod, you're getting involved in the action here.
I am.
Serena Dippity. How long did it take you to come up with that?
Oh, just popped into my head, so I thought I'd contribute.
Didn't even see your type.
Now, Philomena's been one of my favourite contributors over the past 3 days. She's come up with a couple of beauties here. To Serve with Love and Star Wars Episode 5, The Chair Empire Strikes Back.
Very good.
Now, here's one I've submitted, but it actually came from one of our guys out the back, Anthony Caligari, The Bridge on the River Kay, instead of Quite.
Nice.
From Xavier, Natural Bjorn Borg Killers. Excellent work. And I think there's one more down here that I hadn't got to yet. Might get to that later on.
Time.
Sensational. Yeah, absolutely
take a look
sensational work.
On Twitter, using the hashtag AO Playoff. And let us know where you're from too, if you're sending in anything, whether it be on Twitter or Facebook. Let us know where you're from.
Caught the line.
Well, he's maintaining the belief, Marc Polmans. As we mentioned, he's got Peter Luchak courtside, former Australian tennis player, working with him. Really just trying to stay focused in the moment. Here's a little opportunity. Love 30. Oh, that's brilliant from POLMANS. This man has produced his own little highlights reel. He might go down in this match today. That was brilliant. Because Duckworth had plenty on the serve and the ground strokes. And just anticipated really well. Got himself into great position. He's got 3 break points.
And a look on a second serve.
Well done to that lines person. He wore that one.
15 foot.
So, not a great game for James Duckworth. And all of a sudden, Marc POLMANS has pulled it back to 2 games all in this second set. Full credit to the young man who's got plenty of energy, as you can see at the top of your screen there. He's bouncing around, he's in the contest. He's got some self-belief, Biona.
Sure does.
Love 15.
Duckworth did drop a set to Harry Bouchier, the young Tasmanian. Similar age to Marc on Monday.
Off that hit.
I said this yesterday, BP. It's not a break unless you hold.
Very true. I'm loving the serving of Marc POLMANS right now.
But he worked so hard to break against James. He just really needs to convert here.
So it's been declared in. Duckworth thinks it was wide. Watch the mark where he thinks it was. Doesn't like the call. That's the way it works out here on court 6 of the playoff. Tough judgments for the chair umpire to make. Once again, big first serve. Now gets himself into that game point situation to reel off 3 consecutive games and take the lead. POLMANS, superb. You can hear the emotion. He's in the contest. 3 games on end, and he leads it here on court 6, 3-2. The young man at just 18 in this second set.
Once again, #Wars never failing to produce the goods here on day 3 of the AO playoff, and that's the hashtag you can use to get in touch with us and put forward all your nominations. We're looking for tennis-themed movies. And JV's just tweeted through, Being John Djokovic, very good. This one from me, but it comes from Anthony out the back. Tennis the Menace, very good, mate. Some of your sharpest work. And Eleanor, she's put through a couple. Nadal, M for Murder, and My Ferrer Lady.
Oh, L.
And also this one from Ben Markle, The Conjuring.
I like it. That's the one just above there.
Which one?
James's game is so sexy and beautiful to watch. Thank you very much.
That's not a #war.
No, I know. Just caught my eye, John.
There's another one being John Djokovic.
And this from Roman Azema. Polman's cap never ceases to amaze me, unusual to say the least. I love the Legionnaires look.
I think it's fantastic. It's a bit of a real throwback.
Yeah, to the playground,
Yes.
school playground in the 1990s.
It is. Yeah, I was running around as a young tagger. There you go. I'll tell you what, I'm loving the work of Marc POLMANS right now. It's been a great fight back. Duckworth got out to a 2-love lead in at the second set, and Marc POLMANS has said, well, I'm not going to roll over here. He's maintained his focus really well.
Love.
Just watching the court positioning and the footwork of Marc POLMANS, he's stepping in on every front foot when he's hitting his shots, and looking at where James is positioned, he's hitting off his back foot,
Yep.
a few feet behind the baseline. So the pace that's coming off Marc POLMAN's racket's actually pushing James Duckworth back. And his ability to recognise when James is coming in, because he chipped that return, got it low to James's feet, and he struggled to get that half volley in.
Well, expecting probably the ball to be coming back quicker, and
Yep.
sort of caught him unawares. Opening again here for POLMANS. Well done. Now 2 break points. By Duckworth to get it back to juice. Really important game for him to hold. Just get back on track as POLMANS throws down the challenge in this second set. Right in the corner. What a return by Marc POLMANS.
Yes.
Wow, it was a strong first serve. Used the pace off that serve, and
I feel like he's really working himself into this match.
yep.
Seems like he's seeing the ball a lot clearer, making better contact, being a lot more aggressive.
Advantage Duckworth.
So Duckworth in the end gets himself out of a bit of trouble. He was staring at a couple of break points.
3 games.
Really important hold for the #1 seed this week after conceding 3 consecutive games. We're all squared. Duckworth won the opening set. If you're just joining us, 6 games to 4. The first of 4 men's quarterfinal here at Melbourne Park. Just a great day for tennis here. The girls will be back in action tomorrow for their quarterfinals as we work our way through to what is going to be a pretty warm weekend for the finals, but great preparation for the summer of tennis.
Back there. Oh! Not 15.
I think that rolled under.
What happened there? I don't think I've seen a shot like that. What happened there, Bodge?
James just caught that one late.
No connection.
Oh!
Great play. Disguised that well, Duckworth.
Just sensing when his opponent was way off court.
Mm.
Just keeping Marc POLMANS thinking. Big point here at 30 all.
Certainly is. Done a great job to work his way back, Marc POLMANS. Just to keep his nose in front. He's any chance of winning the second set. Oh, he came out with a big serve. He liked it. It was just out. Loose on the forehand, so here's the chance for Duckworth to strike back and get a break of his own. It's a long seventh game here. Really crucial for Marc POLMANS to hold his serve.
Oh, shots.
Well played. Court and hold. 4-3 now in the second set. Duckworth won the first 6 games to 4.
Plenty happening on Twitter. Hashtag AO Playoff to join the conversation. You can give us your commentary on the game so far, on the match so far, and what is to come. Ray Bundle Tennis says class stuff from both guys now. Absolutely quilting it. Huge hold from Ducks for 3-3 in the second, but this is hard yakka. Brave and bold. And then back to our hashtag wars, which is happening today. Tennis v movies is the theme, so give us your best tennis themed movie. How about these ones from Nick Leone? One Flew Over Kukushkin's Nest. Jury Duty. Olympus Has Fallen, Lou Framed Roger Rabbit, Doy Story, and Chronicles of Roddick. This from Lee Todd.
Well done, Nick.
Life of Brian Brothers and Valley of the Nadals. And this Perler from JV, who's been active today. Lord of the Strings and Unexpected Volley. Very good. And Bodge,
Yeah.
I don't know how you've been able to juggle your commentary commitments
I
with
can multitask.
hashtag wars. How to lose a match in 10 days.
Hey Hoovers, I can't take any credit for this because our production department next door, they're on fire.
Yep.
So if they don't play well here this week, back to the futures.
That is sensational. That's a podium finish.
They're all
surely.
high-fiving next door.
Back to the futures. Wonderful. Keep coming. Hashtag AO Playoff.
Oh, great coverage. Just wide.
15 love.
Just moves well, moves forward
Does.
so well, doesn't he?
Yep. Yeah, good shot.
30 love.
Tell you what, just being close up to James Duckworth here, I think he's rivaling David Nalbandian for sweat. He is dripping, as you can see there. So that's what he wanted here, James Duckworth. A quick service game. Get another opportunity to break. Yeah, good serve again. So quick service game for Duckworth. He gets it back to 4-all, and he'll try and hone in now to get a breaker serve against Marc POLMANS, who is standing tall at the other end. This is a really good contest.
Well, for a minute we thought Ducks was running away with this second set, but when POLMANS got that crucial break back, it's hard to tell who will run away with this second set now.
Love. 15. Love 30.
You feel like the game is all about this game right now, which could tell the end result. Breaks here, Duckworth. On his way, and he's got 3 break points to have POLMANS at love 40. Best of 5, of course, the men here at the playoff. Want to get 2 sets to love up the top seed. Held his serve to love, and he breaks serve to love. James Duckworth will now come out and serve for the second set and a 2 sets to love lead. So the top seed just getting on top when it is counted here, Boyana.
Well, I think that sort of was the little test for Marc, whether he could hold at that crucial 4-all game, but I think a little bit of experience, a couple of errors from POLMANS' racket letting down in that game. And probably a little bit of that applied pressure from Duckworth on his returns. He started to return a lot better than he did in that first set as well.
So James Duckworth will come out and serve for the second set in just a moment. Hashtag AO Playoff to keep in touch with us, Hoovers.
A couple in relation to this match come through. This one from Sean, and he's joined the hashtag was Mighty Duckworth, and one from Control as well, a Duckworth orange. So to the boys out the back, they're really on fire. Not sure if they're doing any work out there today.
I tell you what.
You two can join hashtag
Load of
wars,
paper.
Twitter, hashtag AO Playoff.
Time.
Don't forget about our competition that's happening over on Facebook. Caption this. Here is the image of the day, picture of Arena Rodionova. We still haven't had any nominations of who the identity of the woman with her back to us in the pink and charcoal top.
All right, I'll leave that go a little bit longer. So just keep an eye on that lady The only clue I'll give you, think doubles. Think doubles. Think of the legends of doubles tennis in the last 20 years or so. So the little opportunity for Marc POLMANS has been taken away here. Coming up with some big serves when he needs it. So he's got 3 set points to take a 2 sets to love lead in the opening quarterfinal here at the playoff. Yeah, just dictated that whole game. James Duckworth, he certainly was challenged. He was broken midway through. Marc POLMANS had his little window of opportunity, but Duckworth, when it counts, has played some of his finest tennis for this match so far. 6-4, 6-4 to take the opening 2 sets, and 10 aces to 5. That's a telling factor as this match wears on. Double the amount of aces for Duckworth, and he's in a very good position here, Boyana.
Oh, he is, and I think he'll be very pleased that he was able to break at that crucial 4-all game. And test now for Marc POLMANS. Can he respond? Can he hang in there with the well-experienced James Duckworth?
Indeed. John, I think we're underway with the other quarterfinal, which is just behind us here on court 7.
Certainly are. Brad Mousley and Jordan Thompson going at it in quarterfinals action. Games on serve in the 3rd game. 1-all, and Bradley Mousley about to serve this one out to love.
Great stuff. We'll keep right across that, and we'll be back with more tennis here on court 6 in a moment.
Stages for tennis. How do we get more kids involved? How do we get them more accessibility in shorter periods of time to play where it matters and where it means the most? And how do they learn to compete? And boy, oh boy, does this encapsulate that. So this is a great way to kick it off tonight.
Okay, what's going on here?
We got a substitute already? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Darren.
It's Cruz Hewitt.
Cruz Hewitt on.
Come on.
Great stuff, Cruz.
Yeah. Got him.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park as we get the 3rd set underway. And James Duckworth at the top of your screen in the blue. The top seed here at the playoff has just taken a 2 sets to love lead against the young 18-year-old Marc POLMANS. He's been able to take 4 games off Duckworth in both the opening 2 sets. He's played some really good tennis and hit shots like that. But Duckworth, when it's counted, just been able to up the ante, certainly on the serve, and the way he plays in terms of getting into the net. He was certainly challenged, had his serve broken, and he answered back beautifully. Oh, great pickup from POLMANS.
That's not an easy volley at all.
30, 15.
Nice little highlights reel for Marc himself in this match. He can take some real positives out of what he's done today. All about just building and building.
40, 15.
And one thing we've learnt in the last hour or so is he's not going to throw in the towel, and he's a great competitor, as are all the players here. That's what you've got to be. You've got to be hungry. If you're going to rise up the rankings. good start. So POLMANS holds, opening game of the third set, 1 game to love. Been a bit of a mountain to climb here to get past the top seed. SAVILLE and MATOSEVIC coming up next, followed by Matt Barton, Ben Mitchell, Brad Mousley, Jordan Thompson. That is underway. John, we're keeping an eye on that. Next door, court 7.
Game still on serve. Mousley leading 2 games to 1.
And he was really impressive in his first round win against Gavin van Papazeel. Thompson won in straight sets on the opening day against Matt Reed. We broadcast that game, so it'll be a really good contest. Live at the moment. If you're thinking of coming down, 2 courts you can take a look at, and entry is free.
15 love.
Really uses that down the tee serve well, doesn't he, James?
Yeah, it's been the go-to serve, which has got him out of trouble a few times.
Thank you, sir. Can we sit during the points? Thank you, cameraman.
Please stay still. Thank you.
Well played there. Really has been mixing up that play, hasn't he? Throwing in that serve volley, but then also choosing to stay back at times.
I think we can see why he got to 82 in the world. He's got the game. Oh, good touch
hands.
again.
40.
What a return.
40, 15.
Gee, if you were just editing his winners today, I mean, you'd sit back and go,
He definitely
I can
has,
compete here.
Yeah.
I've got the game.
40, 30.
He definitely has the tools as well. He
Yeah.
has big first serve,
Yep.
returns well, moves incredibly well, relies on that big forehand of his.
Just watching him throughout the match, these energy levels too. I mean, he gets to the next point really quickly. He's ready to go. He's
Yeah, there's a really good energy about him, isn't there?
Yep.
He was just 40 love down in this game, and he's found a way to get it back to juice. Really works hard for his points.
making their first ball back so important now. A break point for Marc POLMANS on the Duckworth serve.
Yeah, not too much wrong there by POLMANS. That was just James Duckworth stepping up to the plate and
Yep. Yeah, nice sliding serve out wide, so now Duckworth turns things around to have a game point of his own. It's a beauty. Nice way to finish. And they got himself out of trouble. Had a break point against him, but Duckworth now squares it up. A game apiece in this third set, leading 2 sets to love.
And all square on court 7 in the men's quarterfinal between Bradley Mousley and Jordan Thompson. Game still on serve in the first set at 2-all and juice on the Mousley third service game.
go. That's the way to follow the live scores right throughout the day. Yeah, the last couple of shots haven't impressed Duckworth. You make very good connection with the first point of this game on the forehand wing. Sort of left the door ajar there. Didn't do enough, Duckworth.
40.
I just think for POLMANS, if he could have converted that one break point in the last service game of James Duckworth, he'd be serving 2-love, 40-love. How important, you know, it only takes a couple of points for the match to swing.
Yeah.
And that'll come with experience and getting himself in these situations time and time again.
Another really good service game from Marc POLMANS. 2-1, he leads it. He lost the opening 2 sets though, but he's right in the contest still.
Just updating hashtag wars before a question from Twitter for you, Bodge. But
Yes.
firstly, starting with the latest submissions to our tennis versus movies hashtag war. From Alyssa Lieb, 40 Love Actually, the Williams Sister Act, that's a nice one there, The Sound of Maria, the hills are alive with the sound of Maria.
Oh, he's
Oh,
back
the
too.
singing's back.
This from Xavier, the Roberta Vinci Code, that's a
Oh, that's
perler,
a great
that's a
one.
ripper. This one again through me, but it comes from Control at the back, Close Encounters of the Third Set, thank you Tony. Saving Private Brian, that's excellent from you JV, and the Curious Ace of Benjamin Button from Liam Connop. Wonderful submissions there. Now, question from JPK Tennis for you, Bodge. He says, hi guys, beautiful day in Melbourne. For Bodge, describe key career moments that massively boosted your playing confidence. Maybe have a think about that and we'll
Sure.
get back to
Sounds good.
Nick Leach says, James Duckworth dictating proceedings here at the playoff leads Marc POLMANS 2 sets to love. Marc is playing very well though, which I think has been a key theme of your commentary so far.
Yeah, we've liked his game. He's a young player on the rise, and that's why we love this week in particular. We get to really assess the young Australian players, male and female, and see who's taken some strides in the last 12 months. Get a really good close-up look of their game. Some have been here many times before, and others getting that opportunity.
15 love.
It's a great service game from Duckworth.
2 games off.
Just what he needed. Quick service games. Just to refocus again on trying to break the serve of Marc POLMANS. I'm sure he'll be keen to get in the locker room with a straight sets victory, Duckworth. Polmans, as we've seen, hasn't made life easy right throughout this match.
Love 15.
The thing I like about Marc Polmans is every time he loses a point, he's so disappointed in himself. But it really shows how competitive he is and how he wants to win every point. But it doesn't affect his next point, if that makes sense.
That's
a lot of
good
juniors,
point.
it can sort of snowball.
Yeah.
But with Marc Polmans, he'll miss a point, he'll be frustrated, but then he'll clear it and get ready for the next point.
So important.
Yeah.
I saw that little bit with Destiny at the back yesterday. Destiny, every point's life and death. And had the ability to step up and play the next point really well. Great angle that time by Duckworth.
15.
So this is a big moment here. If Duckworth can break serve in the 5th game, just really have his tail up from here and see the finish line. Well, it didn't quite
15-40.
come off the middle, did it, from James, but it's landed in.
Little stroke of luck.
2 break points for the top seed. In the end, he just had to retrieve a few too many balls here, Marc Polmans. Another good exchange between these two. And Duckworth gets a really important break, and he'll come out and serve at 3-2 here in the 3rd set.
Just going back to the question on Twitter from JPK Tennis for Bodge, can you describe some career moments that massively boosted your playing confidence?
Sure. Well, I mean, the first thing that popped into my head has to have been the World Cup playoff back in 2012. Won 4 solid matches against 4 highly competitive athletes. I played Storm Sanders, Ash Barty at the time, Arena Rodionova, who's still playing here, Monique Adamczak. You know, had a 10 days at home, then went and played qualies at Brisbane, qualified, lost in 3 sets to Liz Cornet, then went and played Hobart, lost in 3 tight sets against Heather Watson, who's playing the Hopman Cup this year. So, I mean, it's just, it has to be those matches where you're playing and winning against confident players. So, that was the first thing that popped into my head. And I came off a really good training block as well. So, funny, it only takes a couple of matches to get it. And then when you can build on that momentum, it just keeps unfolding.
I'm just trying to think back to the playoff. Were you seeded at the playoff here?
Oh, that's a really good question. I don't think
you were. Just remembering.
No.
It's a great week. That's why anything can happen at this tournament. That's what we love. We saw it with the girls yesterday with a number of the seeds bowing out. 2 of the men bowing out on the opening day.
Playoff is such a great tournament because even if you don't win it, but you do still do quite well, it can create opportunities, and then you're putting yourself amongst a whole other caliber of top athletes who haven't had the matches that you've had. They've come off, you know, if they're in Europe, it's cold, they've come off a training block, they haven't got the matches, whereas for us Australians, we're actually quite lucky that we do have this tournament to really set ourselves up for 2016. And then, you know, upsets are possible, anything's possible come January.
So if you're just joining us, that is the scoreline. 2 sets to love lead for James Duckworth. Serving here with a break at 3-2. Once again, Marc POLMANS making some inroads into the Duckworth serve, which he's done a few times.
15.
SAVILLE, Marinko, MATOSEVIC will be coming up next. Yeah, well played, almost curled it back. I tell you what, he's chased down some balls. He's court coverage, POLMANS, has been terrific. Run around there by Duckworth, who was dictating the point. Yeah, once again, great serve right into the body of POLMANS. So game point here for a 4-2 lead. And signs off with an ace down the tee. 4-2 for Duckworth now. 2 sets to love up. He looks to be on his way, the number 1 seed.
Guys, over on court 7, first break of serve in the men's quarterfinal between Bradley Mousley and Jordan Thompson. It is the 2nd seed who's broken in the 7th game to lead 4-3.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson, one of the really impressive winners on the men's side in the opening day. Won this tournament last year.
Almost seems like James has stepped it up to a whole nother level. He's raised it, and now he's asking Marc POLMANS to match him.
It's a real firepower exchange off the ground between these two. Oh, thumbs up from Duckworth. Too good.
I think he heard me say that James was asking him to match it, and he clearly did on that forehand.
I mean, Peter Luchak could sit there courtside and say, okay, you're going to go down today, more than likely. But she's a bit to work with here.
A lot of positives to take out of this match.
Won the 18s last week. He's been on the horizon for the last 2 or 3 years.
Just like how he's still firing himself up. He's still not willing to let this match go.
Yep. Yeah, that ability just to move on from the last point and reset for the next. Beautifully played by Duckworth. Picked it up off the toes.
First set. Advantage POLMANS.
Once again, just another super competitive point. Every point
Really love.
has been far from straightforward.
But really utilises that forehand side of his just to get James off court. Not afraid to go for it.
Set up beautifully there with the first serve.
Duckworth leads 4 games to 3.
So POLMANS just stays alive. Crowd enjoying this one, but still Duckworth with the break here in the third set.
A few more hashtag wars coming through on Twitter. Hashtag AO Playoff. Let's check in at what we've got here from Dennis Ruskov, the Big Marty Fish, from Tim Gargan. Honey, I shrunk the tennis balls. This from Dennis again, this is a good one. Reservoir Dolgopolovs. And from JV, who we've heard from already today, Lord of the Rings, Return of Billie Jean King.
Nice work.
Good stuff. Get yours in. Hashtag wars on Twitter. Hashtag AO Playoff. Quick score check if we've got time as well.
Indeed we have, Hoovers.
Still Jordan Thompson up a break in this first set and now serving to take it out. He's up 5-4 against Brad Mousley.
We probably expect Thompson to get on top as that match wears on. Mousley, a bit like Marc POLMANS, I mean, just a really good competitor. He's a great size.
He's a great ball.
Mousley.
He's done very well since coming back. But in saying that, Jordan Thompson at a career best high ranking, he'd be feeling confident. But really, again, the experience versus the younger player.
Yeah, it's sort of coming to the fore here and will across a number of the matches. Sensational conditions on this Wednesday, top of 26 in town.
Out. 15.
And you're caught to work with there for POLMANS.
15.
To see by the body language there, he's still just focusing on the next point, not thinking too much about the overall scoreboard. His focus has been fantastic.
15. 10.
Duckworth throws in a rare double fault.
There you go.
There's that big serve down the tee again.
Yeah, come in very handy for the top seed. So game point here for 5-3. Polman still urging himself on, staying in the contest. It's been just little margins in the opening 2 sets. He had his biggest window in the second when he was able to break the Duckworth serve, got his nose in front, just couldn't quite maintain it. Yeah, well played by Duckworth, had that under control.
Advantage Duckworth.
It's not an easy shot above the shoulder on the backhand side. You need a lot of strength to make that ball work.
Here's the big booming serve down the middle. We've seen that many times in this match, so he's just about there, James Duckworth. 5 games to 3 now in this third set. Won the first 2 sets, 6-4, 6-4. Marc Polman still bouncing around though, just applying himself right to the end.
First set wrapped up on court 7 between Mousley and Thompson. Jordan Thompson winning at 6-4.
Good get on that return from Duckworth.
Well, this is the thing about James. I mean, if you look at his progression, he's going to turn 24 next year. You would think, you know, he'll get back into that top 100 or be around that mark. He's going to be consistent to do so, but he's got that all-court game. He's got the good power. He can come in and really adept at the net. Really interesting year, isn't it, to see what he can do. Can Jordan Thompson keep evolving?
Yep.
Luke Saville, who's trying to add some dimensions to his game. Ben Mitchell.
Even though there is a lot of depth within that top 100, there's also a good few just outside as well.
Yep.
It's exciting.
Ooh, nearly made it. So here we go for James Duckworth. He's got 3 match points on the Polman serve to close this out in straight sets and a spot in the semi-finals. Yeah, not the way you want to end a match. In a match you've been super competitive, but the top seed does prevail. Here for the start of men's quarter-final day, James Duckworth acknowledging Marc Polman's a pretty competitive effort, but Duckworth wins it 6-4, 6-4, 6-3, and he'll move through to the semi-finals on Friday here at Melbourne Park.
Look, I thought it was a great display of tennis from Marc Polmans. Really showed what kind of variety he has in his game. And look, it'll only be matches like this when he's playing against players, you know, in the top 100 or just outside, where he'll learn the most from it. But he competed well today, and credit to James Duckworth. It wasn't an easy match for him, but when he needed to step up to the plate, he absolutely did that, and he was able to execute. I really like the way he moves forward into the net as well.
And we really saw it in that second set. That's when we felt he was in the most drive. James, he just dropped his bundle for a little bit. Marc Polmans was playing a really aggressive brand of tennis. He got the break. There was some real self-belief there. And then Duckworth was able to take stock, and he certainly didn't want to be a centrepiece. And those last 3 or 4 games of that second set really, I suppose, dictated the match in the end.
I felt for James, he really worked himself into this match as well.
Yeah.
Really close first set, but come that second set, he started to see those returns, started to come into the net a bit more. So you know, James knows how he's been in this situation many times before. He knows what it takes to win in 5 sets. So for him, he'd be happy with this win today.
Absolutely. We might check in on the other court. Just a quick update on the other quarter-final.
Early stages, second set between Brad Mousley and Jordan Thompson out on court 7. Games on serve in the second, but it's Thompson with a 1 set to love lead.
All right, we'll come back with more tennis here on court 6 in a few moments' time. It's going to be Luke Saville up against Marinko MATOSEVIC for a spot in the semi-finals, and the guys will arrive shortly here for quarter-final day at Melbourne Park.
Stages for tennis. How do we get more kids involved? How do we get them more accessibility in shorter periods of time to play where it matters and where it means the most? And how do they learn to compete? And boy, oh boy, does this encapsulate that.
Mate. There's someone else that wants to come
this
and
is a great way to kick it off tonight.
Okay, what's going on here?
We got a substitute already? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Darren.
It's Cruz Hewitt.
Cruz Hewitt on.
Come on.
Great stuff, Cruz.
Yeah. Got him.
Are you ready?
Let's see if you got that Hewitt double-handed backhand. Not too bad.
That's good. Can't shake Roger's hand.
Well played, Cruz.
It's well done. Nice round of applause there for Cruz Hewitt. Mention also there are shortened versions of other sports. We see cricket here in Australia at the moment being quite successful with the shortened versions, but it actually changes the way technically.
Good luck, mate. You win.
I win. I'll take the silver boat, the big one.
So I got the little baby boat.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope it's quick. All right, here we go.
Fast four. Fast four. Fast four.
The location clearly is incredible with the Opera House, the Sydney Harbour Bridge, very special, and that's why I'm here, I think, as well today, trying to promote the new format. I think it's very straightforward. You don't waste much time. You know exactly what you're getting into, and it's about also promoting the game in a good way.
I don't think I've ever played tennis on water before, and yeah, it's a pretty special place. You know, you don't get too many views like this anywhere in the world, and well, it helps us older players, that's for sure. No, it's good to get out there and obviously, you know, just play a quickened version of the game. There's some small rule changes which are going to take a little bit of time for us to adjust to, mainly the lets, obviously, and just being ready to play those, and you know, to step up there and possibly have an easy ball to put away, which you're not used to doing off someone's big first serve. You know, it's good fun. It's still going to be best of 5 sets, but a shorter format.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels pretty good. Had an early start this morning, a bunch of media commitments, but you know, to come back here and I guess to, you know, have the support of everybody and the way everybody reacted and so many nice messages from everybody, it's a pretty amazing feeling. I mean, it just really caps off a great year for me and a real comeback, and you know, it caps off the journey so far. I don't feel like it's the end of my journey. I've got a lot of room left to move, but just the support from everybody and that everyone feels so strongly. You know, whoever chose the medal along with Nuke, you know, one, to be nominated, but then two, to take it away. I don't know, it's sort of hard for me to put into words. It sort of gave me a chance to reflect on everything. You know, haven't had a lot of time, but over the past sort of 12 hours, and you know, I'm in a really good place with my life. I'm in a really good place with my tennis, and you know, this just sort of has made me realise that.
This is the racket that helped me beat Bernard Tomic in the 2015 French Open. But like thousands of rackets in Aussie homes, I don't use it anymore. So Medibank created Second Serve, re-gifting rackets to kids who need them the most. Your kindness could win you exclusive tickets to the Australian Open Finals, where you might even see me. Just Instagram a photo of your old racket and share its story. Use the hashtag Second Serve and tag Medibank, and I might even give you a like. Then drop your racket off at a Medibank store and we'll do the rest. Too easy. Visit medibank.com.au/secondserve for more.
Men's quarterfinals action here at Melbourne Park on day 3 of the Australian Open 2016 wildcard playoff. Our next match here on court 6 is the number 3 seed Luke Saville of South Australia taking on Victoria's own Marinko Matosevic, the 7th seed, in what's likely to be a bumper clash. We've just seen James Duckworth, the number 1 seed in the men's draw, defeat Marc 6-4, 6-4, 6-3. Duckworth advancing to the semi-finals to take on the winner of this match. And you can see the boys warming up on court as we welcome to the broadcast for the first time today, Peter Mercado. How are you, Pete?
Oh, John, very crisp of you. Good to be here. And what a great day for tennis too. Some cracking quarterfinal. Really looking forward to this one. Particularly to see what this guy will do. 5 sets. We went on the roller coaster a couple of days ago, and he's up for the challenge. I reckon that hit out he had in the opening round will serve him well, but he's coming up against a guy who's had a really, really good season, particularly the back end season for Luke Saville. He's got a good ranking now. He's really pushing towards that top 100, and was a top junior Wimbledon champion, and now he's sort of near that 152 mark, which he achieved back in February. He sits at 188, but his back end of the year has been sensational. He comes in as one of the form players into this wildcard playoff.
You mentioned the roller coaster. That's exactly what he brought the other day. All emotional highs and lows is a key element of his game.
Yeah, it took a little while to get going. This guy is coming back from injury and been working a lot here at Melbourne Park. Been doing some work with Todd Woodbridge to get himself right. His ranking obviously has made a drop. He's 296 in the world, being as high as top 40. He wants to get back there. Self-proclaimed favourite for the tournament. He said, I should win this. You know, I've had the high ranking, I've had the good results on the board. It's only been because of injury that I'm not quite up there. But he's got a bit of work to do, and this will be a tough match today.
Luke Saville was having a look before, just courtside at the previous men's quarterfinal between Duckworth and POLMANS, knowing that he may have to play the winner if he gets through this today. Of course, many of the seeds still alive in the men's draw, not so in the women's. Yesterday we lost 5 of them in one fell swoop.
Yes, it was an interesting day yesterday. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow with the quarter-final matchups, because hard to get a bit of a form line across some of those matchups. There'll be a few first-time meetings, but good to see the youngsters breaking through, defeating their more fancied opponents yesterday. But we talk about Luke Saville and the back end of the year that he's had. He runner-up at the Challenger in Canberra last month. Lost to Ben Mitchell there in 3 sets. He played in Brisbane, Futures event there, reached the final, lost to Gavin Van Papazale, who I'm not sure whether he's still hanging over the fence after the other day.
We'll get to that in a second.
Some really good results. He won a Futures title in the US in August on a hard court. Got through there without actually dropping a set, so can be really pleased with his efforts there. Big highlight for him was actually winning through to the main draw at Wimbledon. Actually qualified, had a big match against Luca Vanni of Italy in the final round of qualifying, got through 6-4 in the 5th set, lost in straight sets to Richard Gasquet. The Manchester Challenger on grass, his favourite surface, he was runner-up there to Sam Groth. So he's starting to make that breakthrough, and I think, you know, he could certainly be, if he continues on this projection, certainly a top 120 player. He could make that rapid rise, and then the top 100's not out of the question. Remembering too that he also played in the Australian Open this year in the first round and lost to Tim Smicek in straight sets. So he's got the runs on the board. He's in really good form.
Well, looking forward to a hot match, but also plenty happening on social media as well, as we welcome to the broadcast for the first time today Joel Smith. Good morning, mate. How are you?
Good morning, or is it good afternoon? Just ticked over 12 o'clock.
We have ticked over.
Yeah, looking forward to this match actually. Ran past Todd Woodbridge hitting with Marinko earlier today, so
very nice. Well, there's the caption of this competition. Briefly tell us that, and then give us a weather forecast update.
I can certainly do that, John. If you head over to our Facebook page, that's facebook.com/Australia Open, our caption this competition for your chance day of the Australian Open. We've got Arena Rodian over here with the hands on her eyes and her hands on her stomach, and we've got John O'Neill here sending in a very timely Star Wars caption. Oh God, I forgot to get tickets for the Star Wars screenings tonight. I feel sick. So John O'Neill working in the offices of Tennis Australia. We know he's a very keen Star Wars fan.
I like the one from Ross. I've got something in my eye, tightness across it. Oh wait, false alarm, just my finger in my hand.
Yeah, very good work from Ross.
Too, not just Arena, but also I think on the left-hand side that's Louise Plemming there, doing a bit of work with her. So if you want to maybe see what Louise might be saying.
That's all happening at facebook.com/Australian Open. A quick check-in with the weather forecast here in Melbourne today, becoming sunny. Heading for a top of 26 today, and Pete's just having a chuckle there at the weather description, but very little chance of rain today.
Well, I don't know what the 5%'s all about.
And, well, here's the forecast for the rest of the week. You can see 5% chance, 10% tomorrow chance of rain. Scroll down to the weekend though, please, Joel. 60% chance of rain on Sunday when we're due for the finals. That's the concerning one.
Not the 39, it's just the rain on the Sunday.
Men's quarterfinals action underway. Marinko, MATOSEVIC to serve. Your commentator, Peter Mercato.
Yesterday we saw Marinko, on Monday I should say, we saw Marinko take a little while to warm up that serve, and you can understand that with the injuries that he's had. He wants to just take his time, make sure he's feeling completely warmed up before he gets into it. He won't necessarily have the same latitude against Luke Saville today, but he'll gradually build up as the set goes on, that service speed.
All off 30.
But Luke Saville, again, like Maverick Baines the other day, will just produce that consistency throughout the match. It'll be a matter of how MATOSEVIC rises and falls as the match goes on, because he will have flat spots along the way. Just have times where it's not necessarily all going his way, but then he can lift his level again. He's got the ability to do that.
15-30.
heard Leighton Hewitt recently in an interview talking about that aspect in relation to Sam Groth's game and having to harness those high moments and really get the most out of his game, because inevitably there'll be a flat spot to follow.
So we'll get a bit of everything first up. There's a real opportunity for Saville to get himself into the match.
Saville having a second look at that. Called good by the chair umpire.
It's just the roller coaster. He'll hit some aces, he'll hit some double faults along the way.
That makes it interesting.
Yeah, it's not going to be a boring match, put it that way. MATOSEVIC will need to be careful. Saville will go into that backhand side plenty of times to try and break that backhand down.
Thank you.
See that variation, throwing in the slice as well. That's a terrific serve. So had a bit of everything, but he hangs on in the opening game of the match. So the caption, you put the caption this competition across. I'm across that now.
Yep.
What about the Twitter wars?
Oh, the hashtag
Has
wars.
that just taken the Twitterverse by storm?
It's unbelievable the amount of follow-up and response we've had to that. And Xavier Muhlerbach there, one of the key contributors, the Fast and the Federer. So today, as you might have guessed, we're doing tennis and movies. And so we're looking for your best tennis-themed movie pun. I'm sure you got plenty in the tank to get through, Pete.
Sell to serve.
Rightio, think about that. Yeah, that just set up too much for MATOSEVIC. That's an easy put away. Tall guy. So we're just putting that right in the middle of the service box. Taking a look at the back of the court, maybe suggest the court cleaners might need to just wander their way out.
This guy deserves his own reality TV show, doesn't he? Keeping up with the Matosevic's.
Just one. You don't need multiple. Just hasn't quite found his range yet, Luke Saville. Good crowd in under the shade. Good innovation this year. Continuing through to the Australian Open. Forward to spending some time out here on court number 6 in the Open. Can I reserve my spot?
Seat? Absolutely you can.
Name on it before the tournament's done. Didn't quite get into position there, but see, putting the pressure on that Matosevic backhand, just overplaying. A break of serve, 2 games to love in the opening sets.
Joel, quick update please from Court 7 in the other quarterfinal.
Court 7, Jordan Thompson is have a break up in the second set, leading 4-3 and serving for 5-3 lead against Bradley Mousley. He won the first set 6-4 and serving for 5-3.
And we'll be catching up with Bojana Babusic, who's out on Court 7 following that match. Get her up in a live cross thanks to FaceTime at the next sit down.
Do you know what FaceTime is, Pete?
I'm across it.
Very good.
Thank you, Joel.
Marinko not happy.
Again with the court.
Yep.
Again, these little things that just tend to bother him throughout a match. 2-love up. The focus should be on that. Just getting first serves into play. Nice rhythm building up. It's good hitting. That's really good hitting from Matosevic at the back of the court. Solid. Not going for too much. Just putting Saville under pressure. It's a really good start for Matosevic. Saville at the moment just having to watch this go by. I think I've got one for the Twitter wars.
I'd love to hear it in a minute.
In a minute. So game points for Matosevic. May already have been suggested. That's the only problem. Well done. Way out of position, Luke Saville. Tough over the high part of the net. That's a good approach by Matosevic, but just too good from Saville. What about finding Niminen?
It has been suggested. It is a brilliant one.
I'm out there.
No, you dabbled in kids' films.
Nice pick up. Half volley style from Matosevic at the net. He's off to a flyer. It's 3-love in the opening set. So, okay, I need to think of some more. I think that's the way this is going at the moment.
Yeah, we've had literally hundreds come through already today, which is quite astounding. But you two can join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag AOPlayoff. But right now, it's time to get in touch with our good friend Bojana Babusic, who's out on Court 7. Bodge, tell us what's happening out there.
Match out here, guys. Jordan Thompson took the first set 6-4 and got a crucial break at 3-all in the second to take a 4-3 lead. But then Bradley Mousley has quickly broken back and it's tied at 4-all in the second set. So it's really entertaining out here. Lots of long rallies, quite a physical game, and the conditions are hot. So it's so if you're around the grounds, come and have a look because there's some high quality tennis.
What if people aren't at the grounds? Is there plenty of space left in the grandstands?
Oh, there's a few spots here under the shade. So new initiative by TA this year to get some shading in. around these outside courts. So plenty of room out here, guys. So come and have a watch.
Thanks, Bodge. We'll catch up with you soon.
Sounds good.
Bojana Babusic out there on court 7 following the other men's quarterfinal that's unfolding between Bradley Mousley and Jordan Thompson.
Well, back here, Luke Saville. Can he get on the board?
50 left.
Top serve, great body serve. Tall guy, try and cramp you for room. Got the result he wanted. So closing in on the net. Obviously these players at this level, challengers and futures level, not only they play singles, they play a lot of doubles as well. Not only for practice, but prize money. Build up their skills at the net. Just took the pace off that ball, Saville. Didn't overplay it. See that MATOSEVIC was wandering to the service line. Good enough to pick it up from there. Marinko deserved to win the point. What's he thinking? So he's on the board, holds to love. That'll give him a bit of confidence. Playing all that badly, but MATOSEVIC off to the better start. He doesn't want to believe the call.
No. 15 up.
Just feel like you want to just go out there and just enjoy, have a conversation with him. Be entertaining.
I'd like to have him over for Christmas dinner. No need for crackers on the table.
How? 30, 50.
Just missing. Not quite as sharp on that volley. The right idea.
Go, please.
How? 40.
Nice change up too. We're just seeing all the variety from MATOSEVIC on his serve. Just to keep Saville guessing.
Advantage, MATOSEVIC.
About postcards from the Edinburgh.
That's great. That's original. You can have that. Do you have Twitter, Pete?
Yes, I do.
Because you should be really tweeting them in.
Joel's looking after my Twitter, social media now.
Is that right? You've employed him.
Is that right?
Agreed to it on Monday, as far as I know. It's a good hold of serve. He's under pressure in that service game, MATOSEVIC. At least 4 games to 1, the opening sets.
Oh well, here's your first tweet then, Pete Mercado. So if we head over to Facebook and a reminder, sorry, Twitter.
Oh, get your social media right, Joel.
It's too much, there's too much going on here, Pete. Twitter, we've got a hashtag war. So today it's tennis versus movies, and you can get involved on the hashtag AO Playoff. We've had a few come through in the last half an hour. One from Alyssa Leob. A Marty fish called Wanda. Who frames Roger Federer? Very good. Which has come through a couple of times. And Songer of the South. And if you scroll below to Dennis Ruskov.
I think one of our Russian viewers, Dennis.
Provided some very creative ones here. The letters from Ivo Karlovic.
Yes, letters from Iwo Jima. Very good.
Love it. And 7 years in tiebreak. Which is very creative there. So
I've got another one.
Go for it.
Inspector Gasquet.
Very good.
Awesome. So keep them coming.
Sorry, let me top that in on something here. I've got a device.
Just got to get Joel to do it.
Yes, now Joel.
I have actually a few that came in from our control. Frankenstan for Rinka, Yankee Doodle Andy, and The Adventures of Priscilla Hon, Queen of the Desert.
Beautiful work.
Clearly they've got nothing else to do in there.
Keep them coming. That's hashtag AO Playoff.
Or at least one of them anyway.
Saville just catching MATOSEVIC wrong-footed. Puts away the easy forehand winner. So Saville with a bit of work to do here. Down a break.
Yeah, too good. That ball just a little bit short from Saville. I like this. I like this aggressive play from MATOSEVIC, but he's controlled. He's not overplaying. Just keeping the ball nice and deep, following it in. That's what let him down there, and that's what Saville will be looking to exploit today. Moving all around the court, particularly if we go the distance, go the 5 sets. Shooting from the hip at the
30,
moment.
40.
Matosevic is really feeling it at the moment. Another breakpoint opportunity.
Certainly found his range, going for the big shots. Winners down the line, pushing Saville to all corners. And Saville on the back foot now, break point against him.
Got it.
Wow.
Gee, does well on the stretch. That was full stretch again on the backhand. Really small margin, and he made it.
I think Marinko thought it was going to go long. He would have had a shot at the volley, but decided to leave it and didn't pay off. Saville gets away with it to deuce.
It's the second time he's done that. The time was on the forehand. To deuce again. That's a nice move.
Advantage.
Good closing speed on the net. Get that volley into the right spot. It's dropping. Just missing. Right move.
Matosevic leads.
This is going to be a fun match. Saville holds. Matosevic with the break 4-2.
Checking over on court 7, as Bojana Babusic said before through FaceTime, Bradley Mousley has actually broken back Jordan Thompson and now leads on serve 6-5 in the second set, with Jordan Thompson taking that first set 6-4.
Wonderful, thanks Joel. We'll try and catch up with Bodge at the conclusion of that second set to bring us up to date. Back now to our feature court, court 6. Matosevic serving.
Nice closing speed.
15
Saville trying to throw in the drop volley. It's really testing the movement of Matosevic. Thank you. Go back to our Twitter competition, the change of ends. If you want to throw in.
Can't wait. I've got one more too.
That's too big.
15 up.
Just pushing the margins a little more here. Nice volley. Really nice volley. Got down nice and low to it. There in time. Soft hands didn't have a play. Just keeping that pressure on Saville. Okay, getting good position, just not finishing off the volleys. And break back points here for Luke Saville.
Just had a perler submitted from out the back.
And there is break back
New
mountain
balls, please.
from Luke Saville. He's back in it. We're on serve. It's 4-3 in the opening set. So suggestions coming through thick and fast for our Twitter wars.
Just on the subject of break of serve, on Her Majesty's Secret Service break. Well, they like that out the back as well. But Joel, bring us up to date with the latest in hashtag wars.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go for it, Pete.
Marinko and me instead of Marley and me.
Very good. Love it. Love it. What else is coming through better than that one, Pete Mercado? You've got, what do we got? We got Michael Beattie. He's submitted quite a few. Here he's up.
I've got another one. I'm rising.
How would you say
Let
that?
the man. You'd say apocalypse-ner.
Very good. Chan's Labyrinth. Dawn of the Fed. I like this one personally. 50 Shades of K. And
Not really my
Raising Azarenka. Hashtag AO5, hashtag Hero Week. So he's very confident in his submissions.
What about Dr. Nole?
That's excellent. That's good from you. And just on the subject of Star Wars, whose episode 7 comes out across the globe today and tonight. Star Wars episode 1, The Phantom Tennis.
Crickets.
It's a lot of high-fiving going on in my headphones at the moment. But Saville, Luke Saville, in this contest. So with new tennis balls on serve, it's 3-4.
All 15.
Two players not afraid to get into the net to finish off points. Both know what 5-set tennis is all about.
Oh! 15 up.
Pow!
15-30.
Both players not really missing by much on that baseline. Really trying to keep the ball as deep as possible. We've seen already in this match across the 7 games that anything short's going to be put away. And a nice finish there too. Yeah, constructing the points nicely. Both players are when they're getting the chance to attack. That's what's making this a really interesting contest. And Saville getting the break back, but now he's in trouble on his serve. Yeah, that's a disappointing thing. He actually moved the right way. He was in a good position for it.
I like that we get the verbal annotations from MATOSEVIC.
Just summarise off the back of that.
It's like having a third commentator.
Well, there is another break of serve. MATOSEVIC now to serve for it at 5-3 in the opening set. We might take the opportunity just to check the other score.
Yeah, into a third set on court 7 because Mousley levelled it up with a 7-5 win in that second set. So 1 set apiece between Mousley and Thompson. Games on serve in the third. We will catch up with Bojana Babusic at the next sit down in this match for a more comprehensive update.
Yeah, we look forward to that, just to see how Mousley's getting himself into that contest. Jordan Thompson, very impressive in his opening round match a couple of days ago.
$15 left.
Meantime, as the Twitter wars continue, instead of Greece, Gulbis.
Simple.
Effective.
Yeah, getting there.
It's better than my other option, Saturday night Federer.
30 left.
The thing is, you had to explain the Greece connection. We want puns that speak for themselves.
It's a one-word film title.
That's why it's not so effective. Gulbis.
It's pushing the margins a bit too much. MATOSEVIC with that second serve. Doesn't want to play safe, but again, just forcing it to the line. Forcing MATOSEVIC back there. Now look for the big first serve to come here. Well, it came, but a great return from SAVILLE. Excellent work.
30-40.
Just use the pace of the serve to guide the ball up the line. And another break point. Oh, well done. Gee, that's great power from the back of the court on that backhand. SAVILLE doing the right thing, looking to go up the line and test MATOSEVIC on that backhand side, but he just went for it. It came off. His confidence building. So the break point saved, or is that the point break saved?
Very good.
Advantage, MATOSEVIC.
So we wanted a couple of points ago on that juice court side. Set point. Oh, nicely done. Oh, it's been a big set for Marinko. Luke SAVILLE not playing all that badly, but it's MATOSEVIC dictating terms. He's taken the opening set 6 games to 3, and plenty happening on the outside courts. What's going on? Let's get the latest, John.
Yeah, let's catch up on court 7 with Bojana Babusic, who is watching the match out there between Bradley Mousley and Jordan Thompson into a third set, Bodge.
John, it
was an interesting second set because Brad Mousley was serving at 5-all and he faced 3 break points and then produced 5 massive points before he ended up breaking Jordan Thompson 6-5 and taking that second set 7-5. And now it's just on serve here early on in the third set, but geez, some high quality tennis going on right out here.
Wonderful, and crowd starting to gather as well as we approach the middle of the day.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of a crowd coming in, a lot of people waiting around in the shade, and then on the change of ends they're jumping up into some more of the shaded seats. So look, if you're around the grounds, come and have a look because these guys are in a real battle.
Wonderful, thank you very much, Bojana.
Yeah, it's an interesting match, an interesting stage in that match out there. We'll keep you updated with that. And it's the only quarterfinal being played out there. We've got one more match to come after this one. It's Matthew Barton and Ben Mitchell, the 8th seed, to take on the 4th seed. After winning that first set, Marinko and MATOSEVIC just having a quick bathroom break. He'll be back in just a moment, as we will be here at Melbourne Park.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels pretty good. Had an early start this morning, a bunch of media commitments, but you know, to come back here and I guess to have the support of everybody and the way everybody reacted and so many nice messages from everybody, it's a pretty amazing feeling. I mean, it just really caps off a great year for me and a real comeback, and you know, it caps off the journey so far. I don't feel like it's the end of my journey. I've got a lot of room left to move, but just the support from everybody and that everyone feels so strongly. You know, whoever chose the medal along with Nuke, you know, 1 to be nominated, but then 2 to take it away. I don't know, it's sort of hard for me to put into words.
So getting set for a start in the second set, Marinko MATOSEVIC taking the first 6 games to 3.
15 love.
And for Saville here, he's not too far away. He played some reasonable tennis. Got it. Just a floating ball, nicely finished.
Oh. Just
30-15.
It's a nice pickup though from Saville as he was moving forward there. That's an awkward ball. Almost sticking the volley. I like it. He's mixing it up. He's throwing in some different things to MATOSEVIC. Predictable.
Third teal. Third, 40-30.
Well, the linesperson is on the right side of the court to pick that up. But he again, the margins that the players have got, they're not missing by much. Yeah, good, looking to put the pressure on.
Yes.
It's like how they're both players, when they're being attacked at the net, don't overplay. Put the slice in, get the volleying player to move. Oh, and again, it's 2 in this game.
Marinko doesn't like it.
Advantage 7.
I'm still looking around at that volley, but again, it wasn't all that bad. It was just good work from Saville to get the ball up and over the top. And he holds. In the opening game of the second set, another battle, the service game, but Saville getting through.
You're a Paul Newman fan, the actor?
Oh, I don't mind his salad sauces.
They're good, aren't they?
They're not bad.
Aioli or a lovely mayonnaise or something like that.
Balsamic.
A hashtag war submission from out the back. Cool hand Luke, after he just held serve in that first game of the second set.
Not more of your inventive sort of style.
It's not mine. Just passing it on. Joel, bring us up to date briefly with hashtag wars on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Oh,
plenty of action happening on hashtag AO Player for our hashtag war today. John Hubenars himself has tweeted, "Rebound ace, the net's defective." Very nice work from Hoovers. And Ben Loke, Marinko flew over the cuckoo's nest. So very timely as we watch Marinko serve.
Oh, yes.
15 left.
A couple of times he's gone out to that forehand look to come in. Nice, that position in the court.
Left.
That's made its way off the fence, out the side. Getting a few people along the way.
Oh! 30-15.
How?
40-15.
A nice recovery. We've seen a couple of times that he's thrown in the double fault, but almost invariably makes that next first serve.
Out! 40-30.
No.
And that just missing. So Matosevic levelling things up. It's 1 game all in the second set.
Joel gives us a chance to check in over at court 7 for the other men's singles quarterfinal that's taking place.
Yes, certainly. Last year's AO playoff winner Jordan Thompson has just broken in this third set. He now leads 3-2, serving for a 4-2 lead against Bradley Mousley in the third set.
Winner of that match to advance to play the winner of Matthew Barton and Ben Mitchell, who will be next on this court.
15 left.
Can't see it because all the bird shit.
Third to 15.
No, Kenny's on the read of the play there. He just wasn't quite in position to play that forehand. He's good read on the Saville serve, but not do much with it.
Four to 15.
It's good serving from Saville. For percentage of first serves into play. Yep. And nice finish to that game. We hang on serve. It's 2 games to 1 to Saville in the second set. Matosevic the first, 6 games to 3.
Well, a lot of interest on the hashtag AO playoff over on the Twitter sphere. Guys, with Rod and Tanya, who were previous contestants on the block, 2011. They're on the block, so I'm not sure if you're a block fan or a blockaholic as they call them, Pete. But Rod and Tanya have got an interest in this match with Come On Luke Saville. So not sure if they're here or watching the live stream, but shout out to those guys.
Well, we can find out. Rod and Tanya, if you're watching the live stream, let us know. How's the DIY coming along?
It's a good shout out, or another chance for John's tweet to appear on the screen again.
It's not bad, is it? I must admit, it was inspired by the research department out the back, but I just put the finishing touches on it. It needed a bit of cleaning up around the edges, and I was happy to oblige.
Well, that's very DIY of you.
Rod and Tanya are creative types. They should be able to come up with some hashtag wars for us.
Would love to see them. Send them through, hashtag AO playoff. And don't forget about our caption this competition over on Facebook. The image of Arena Rodionova from yesterday. And did we work out, guys, who the woman in the middle of that photo was?
Let's have a look.
A very successful doubles player.
Matosevic serving at 1-2.
15 left.
Do you know?
I've got no idea myself. I know it's one of Arena's coaches, but I don't know who.
I'll give you a clue.
Yep.
She's from Zimbabwe.
Ah, Cara Black.
Very good.
That's first service.
Cara involved with the World Feed commentary across the worlds in January for the Australian Open. The way to do it. Excellent second serve from MATOSEVIC there. We've seen he's thrown in a couple of double faults along the way. That's a serve he's trying to achieve. Really getting Saville to stretch while moving away from him. Not put him off balance and taking the opportunity to sneak into the net.
MATOSEVIC.
And he holds to love.
2 games all.
It's 2 games all in this second set.
Joel, let's quickly check in over at Court 7 for the other men's quarterfinal.
Thompson.
Sorry, mate, go for it.
It's all right. Jordan Thompson has held his break for in the early or midway through the third set, leading 4-3 against Bradley Mousley, about to serve for a 5-3 and a leveling 1 set all.
Oh,
15 left.
Catching the line. Sharp angle. Not sure is he entirely going for that sharp an angle, but it worked. He's having to rely on all his defensive skills at the moment, Luke Saville. MATOSEVIC so strong from the back of the court. Just keeping that unforced error count down. But we know that that can change quickly.
Linesman cops a stray ball to the shoulder.
Go.
15-30.
Great touch at the net from Saville. He's under all sorts of pressure at the moment. And he changed it up. He went into the net again. Oh, that was tight. Need to land that volley in that precise position. Otherwise, he might have copped one in the head because MATOSEVIC was racing towards that ball. Oh, he just missed.
30.
Under pressure. Another break point opportunity.
Certainly going for his shots is Saville. On that occasion not paying off. See if he's a little more conservative here, facing break point against.
Don't need to hit that.
Yes.
That's a good play. That's not sitting back and waiting for your opponent to make a mistake. That's good aggressive play. That's why. So while he might be under pressure, is still playing good quality of tennis.
Great return.
Advantage,
There was the opportunity, that ball going out wide. Matosevic, he would have had to have made up a hell of a lot of ground, but Saville just getting stuck in position there. Arrived a little too quick for him. Another break point.
Oh!
And there it is.
Matosevic.
Break of serve for Matosevic. And it's 3-2 in the second set.
Leads by 3 games.
Having a look at our hashtag wars, fellas. We've got hashtag AO Playoff. Today's theme is tennis versus movie. And the great timely example from our research team is Star Wars-Rinka. So the new Star Wars movie coming out tonight at
Star
midnight.
Wars-Rinka.
Star Wars-Rinka.
Get it right.
Well, I said it with his
This is John's
Swiss
baby
accent.
here.
Sorry, John.
What do we had? Oh, Dennis is
So
back.
Dennis Ruskov at 4891D has tweeted in where the wild cards are. Hashtag AO Playoff.
That's appropriate.
What about good Williams hunting?
That's not bad either. Not as good as Dennis's though.
Or Tim Gargan, the Wizard of Wozniacki.
I like that.
Very good from Tim. Who else have we got down here?
Is that me again?
Dennis Ruskov, he keeps coming. Hawkeye down.
Like Black Hawk down.
Like Black Hawk down.
Let's hope Hawkeye isn't down come January.
Let's hope not.
Looks to have levelled up over on court 7, Joel, in the other men's match.
Yes, it does. Bradley Mousley has broken back to even things up at 4-all. However, he's facing breakpoint down against Jordan Thompson in the third set.
Oh, good. I'm glad we've sorted that out. Now, Matosevic, can he keep this momentum rolling? It's 3-2 in the second set.
Oh!
Hitting the line, right in the corner. He just can't catch a break at the moment, Luke Saville.
15 left.
But Marinko building some nice momentum.
Oh!
30 left.
And with that, the pressure starts to build on Saville, particularly try and make inroads in this Matosevic service game. Marinko serving reasonably well now, in a good rhythm. It's potentially an opportunity to throw in some more variety for Matosevic. A bit more shape on the ball. Still keep that depth, but just a little different for Saville. Oh, in the corner again. Gee, got round to that nicely. Should be happy with that. In position early. The racket around in a flash. Chance at 4-2.
Oh!
Saville again trying to be aggressive, try and put some pressure on, but to no avail. MATOSEVIC consolidating the break, 4 games to 2. Good time to welcome Bojana in from out of court 7, from her own grandstand to the commentary box.
Pete.
Hello.
Hi.
Interesting, I wanted to ask you a little bit just quickly about the Mousley-Thompson match, because you've been watching that at the moment. It's an interesting stage, set points now for Thompson to go 2 sets to 1 up. I'm wondering whether Jordan's been as aggressive as what we saw on Monday on our feature court.
Well, it's been interesting to watch because it's quite hard against Brad. He has such a big forehand. Every time he's out of position, he really has a crack, and even when the ball's inside the court, the amount of speed that he can generate off that forehand's unbelievable for a kid of his age. I mean, I know he's a teenager, but and still has a long way to go. But the forehand from Brad really is on par today. But look, Jordan's solid off the baseline, so sometimes Brad can overplay that forehand a little bit. But I think the score just shows how close that match really is. And
that has gone now to 2 sets to 1. So Thompson taking that 3rd set, 6 games to 4. Meanwhile, back here, the winner's flying from the MATOSEVIC racket. Oh, he's just feeling it at the moment. He's in the zone, and credit to Saville for trying different things. He's trying to mix it up. He's seen the opportunity to get forward. He's trying to be aggressive, but MATOSEVIC at the moment is too solid.
Oh. 15th.
But as we know, Bodge, that can change very quickly.
Oh, it can only take a couple of points for it to change. What do you think's been the biggest difference for Marinko today? Because he obviously played 5 sets on Monday.
The fact that he played 5 sets on Monday, I think.
Yeah.
I think that when he's in the rally, he's not overplaying.
Yep.
He's waiting for the right ball to put away, getting into the net. Tied up a few of the volleys, but he's just been able to put that pressure on, because he hasn't been the unforced error count. If we had Hawkeye and where the balls have been landing, he hasn't been making the unforced errors. There are very few that are miles away from the court. They're near the baseline. He's been able to play very tight, and I think that the fact that he did play that 5-setter, he was able to just work his way into that match. Has set him up for this one. He's setting himself up against an informed opponent too. So break points.
30-40.
So again, trying to be aggressive. A little bit too far back in the court for that, but not missing by much.
And he probably knows against an opponent like Luke, he can't afford to not start so strong. He has to get off to a quick start.
Barclay in front of us at the moment. I mean, that there, great example as he gets the break of serve. MATOSEVIC not overplaying, playing back to the Saville backhand. He was going to be patient, not blazing away. He leads 5-2. He'll be coming out to serve for this 2nd set. Joel.
We've had an update from Rod and Tanya, who were on the block in 2011, if you remember. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it down for the AO playoff today, but their son, who is a mate of Luke Saville, is here watching. And they're also a fan of Storm Sanders, who is playing tomorrow. So good luck to Storm tomorrow, and also Luke Saville here.
Well, hopefully if Luke can turn this around, or Storm Sanders can go deep into the tournament, they might be able to come down and have a look. Free entry into Melbourne Park. And there is Luke. Bit of work to do in this match. But a bit to think about now, because MATOSEVIC is playing some solid tennis. And I should point out, it's not that Luke Saville's necessarily playing a bad match.
It's just that Marinko's had the ability to step it up one notch.
Yep.
Interesting to know when we came here this morning before play started who Marinko was warming up with. Todd Woodbridge.
Yes, they're doing a bit of work together at the moment.
It's good to see.
Sure, I can see whether Todd's in the grandstands or not. See whether we can locate him, whether he's on the scene. But yes, he's been doing a bit of work with Marinko to get back
Todd
to
yesterday and said Marinko's actually hitting a really great ball. It's just he just needs the matches under his belt now.
He's getting that now. He's a game away from a 2 sets to love lead. That's a great volley, full stretch from SAVILLE. Under enormous pressure, come up with something like that. Really hard, that ball almost behind you to be able to get that into the position that you want.
Oh!
15-all. Put you into the scenario, Moana, that the position that Luke Saville's in now is got an opponent who's playing a high standard of tennis, might be out there thinking, okay, we're not playing all that badly, yeah, missing a few along the way, but how do you make inroads? How do you break into your opponent's game when they are playing like this? Because you can't rely on them to fall into a heap.
30-50. I think you can only control what you can control, and that's holding serve. If Luke can get a few more first serves in, apply the pressure to Marinko to have to hold, and he just needs to hang in there. And I think for Luke, he has to keep telling himself that, remind himself that Marinko hasn't got a lot of matches under his belt. He's lacking a little bit of confidence, so
40-50.
it might only take a couple of games for that mindset to change.
Well, MATOSEVIC has raced to set points. Chance at a 2 sets to love lead. Saves us having to say it. And there it is.
Game and second set.
So Marinko MATOSEVIC looking pretty good at the moment. Took the first set 6-3. He's taken the second 6 games to 2.
2 sets to love.
Who needs 5 games to love for set?
Hardly a smile. He needs an espresso, she said. Anything there, I need an espresso.
Oh, that's great. She's got a sense of humour about it anyway.
And that is the 9th session tonight. Heather Watson, a great presentation on the lead format France, then is the men.
Well, I've never seen anything like this before. This is one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
That's the referee.
Well, fancy that. A player, she was laughing at the changeover saying, can I get an espresso? Is that in the rules? Have you ever heard a player ask for, I think it was a double shot espresso?
Welcome back to Melbourne Park on a beautiful day for tennis. And the job in front of Luke Saville right now to try and come back from 2 sets to love down. It's been a pretty clinical performance from Marinko MATOSEVIC, previous winner of this playoff event. Brett Phillips rejoining the commentary team. Bojana Babusic, of course, watching this one. Hey, nice to sit out in the sun for a little bit, Bodge.
Oh, it's nice out there, isn't it?
Beautiful day.
Were you in the sun or the shade?
Oh, look, I started off in the sun and I thought I might drift back because my history of sun for an hour, hot flash. Yeah, nice touch.
15-0.
So we know we went through his struggles in the first match. We went to 5, Marinko, but today, just getting that one big match under his belt.
That's just sort of going off the confidence topic that we were talking about earlier. You know, sometimes you have to win ugly, and it's not always pretty. And like watching the players develop throughout the tournament. For Marinko, obviously, have that 5-set match for him.
Yep.
Very important.
Yep. Luke Saville having to do all the running there and
15,
retrieve balls.
Just noticing Marinko not being afraid to move forward and step in and take a volley or an overhead out of the air.
So big day here on quarter-final day. James Duckworth, the top seed, through earlier today.
Marinko just getting caught there on that low ball. Not really. Felt like he wasn't really sure what he was going to do with it. Saville did a good job of keeping it low.
Once again,
30-40.
Good placement by Marinko. Seen Saville many times in a position trying to execute a volley. So another break point here for Marinko to strike first in this third set. Yeah, well played.
Yes.
So right now, a big battle going on next door on court 7 as well. Jordan Thompson taking a 2 sets to 1 lead just a short time ago over Brad Mousley, and they're a set apiece, or a game apiece, I should say, in the fourth set. So good contest.
Very good contest out that side.
Advantage Saville. Yes.
Marinko was certainly quoted after his first round win when interviewed here courtside that he believes that he should win it this tournament this week. He's been the highest ranked of anyone in the field at 39. It's just whether he can execute, and today, well, it's been more of the old Marinko MATOSEVIC. He's yet to contend with Luke Saville, who's got that instinctive play to always try and get forward and get to the net, which we'd like to see.
He says his favourite surface is grass, so it's always done quite well at Wimbledon and the tournaments leading up to Wimbledon.
Yep.
Game 7.
Just missing there from Marinko. So Seville
First
on the
game,
board.
third set.
2 sets to love lead for MATOSEVIC, but Seville 1 game in the third now. Joel Smith's with us as well. Of course, all our social media have been taken care of. And the first day I was here, Joel, I had to look 5 times, and I swear to God it was Oracene Price, the mother of Serena and Venus. And we did pan the camera, and I tell you what, I've never seen it as close a look-alike as the lady who was sitting in the stand and Oracene Price. And we want some interaction from our viewers as we run a little look-alike competition, Joel.
We're just about to tweet out now this look-alike of Peter Moratoglu, who is Serena Williams' coach and former Carlton footballer. We'll just wait till our page refreshes here. Former Carlton footballer Ange Christou. So here's our example right here. Look at that one.
Wow.
So
that's
very
fantastic.
Similar.
Look at that.
Who put the two together?
It was the great work of ATM, actually, the Australian Tennis Magazine. So if you do know a tennis look-alike, send them through. Hashtag AOPlayoff.
15 left.
Indeed, that is fantastic.
That was gold.
Ange Christou, do you remember him? Well, she may be a little bit young. No. More my vintage. Played in the 95 premiership there, and for Carlton here in the AFL. Used to have a prodigious left foot. I used to when he used to kick the ball, it was sort of that woof, sort of sound. 95,000 doing it.
Help!
30 left.
So just to paint the scenario going forward, we know Duckworth through today, so he plays the winner of this match, and right now it looks like to be Marinko MATOSEVIC, unless Luke Saville can stage an almighty comeback. Men's semis on Friday here at Melbourne Park. Very well played. We saw him actually practicing that backhand in particular. He was out here training with Todd Woodbridge earlier today, Marinko, and Todd was hitting a lot of balls to that backhand wing. So rock solid.
Call it out.
What? It was like inside the line. Oh my god. If you can't see now, what can you see? I mean, I didn't give a shit if 40 low, but it was inside the line. Now.
Well, he's been relatively cool, calm and collected because of the scoreboard today, but we see a little bit of emotion from Marinko. Where's his hat on his sleeve?
No, ball, please, ball, please. Thank you.
Help!
40-15.
Marinko just needs to compose himself here, not let that call get the better of him.
Yeah. And look, it's this sort of week here at the wildcard where there are some calls that are going to go against you.
Anyway.
We have Hawkeye out here. It's chair umpires having to make some big calls. Yeah, pounced on that serve.
40-30.
Still the game point for MATOSEVIC.
Oh! Yes!
Game MATOSEVIC.
There's a bit of emotion from Marinko.
On game all.
Now.
It's one thing at the wildcard, we stream it every year. We've got as bigger crowds obviously around, so our court mics pick up a lot of the emotion of the players, and you've been there, Bodge. I mean, there's nowhere to hide when you're a player, so some More extroverted than others. Others just keep it in, poker face. You wouldn't know what they're thinking, and others need to let out a bit of emotion.
And even though they're replicating what the Australian Open will be like, you're not adding the crowd, and a lot of players thrive off having the fans, the fanatics, the support crew. So when you're in an environment where there's obviously not as many people, you really have to generate that yourself.
Which is basically this sort of environment is what you're seeing at the Futures.
Yep.
The challenges all around the world. There might be a sort of little sprinkling of fans.
If only we could play Futures that had the grounds like this at Melbourne Park.
I remember Johnny Millman telling me a story. I'll get to that in a moment. Probably should have done better there, Marinko. He got to it. All set up as it does here on the hard courts. John Millman played a tournament. He was in Romania, so it was quite some distance from the capital, Bucharest, and rolled into this town, and it was horse and cart still as a mode of transport. This is how backward it was.
Wow.
And out of nowhere just popped up this tennis court.
It's amazing.
Weeds around it and just...
Yep.
30-15.
That backhand return cross court's really working.
Yeah, it's a good solid shot for Marinko.
Gets it so deep. Takes it early.
Yeah, he's going to be one of the interesting stories of 2016 to see whether he can get back at 30 years of age. He's certainly a better player than 296 in the world. That's beautifully played by MATOSEVIC. Gets the applauded Civilian Barclay, legend of Australian tennis, who's just in front of us. He's seen many a tennis shot. He's seen a lot of matches, more than anyone probably in the entire world of tennis. Well, there's the break. Good pressure from Marinko. 2-1 now in this third set, and he's comfortably leading it. There he is, Ian Barclay. What an absolute doyen of Australian tennis, and he's still got the passion.
He does. He's out here on Monday watching some of the other matches, and he's back again here today. Always with his notepad, he's always taking some sort of notes.
Yep.
Keeping an eye on the players.
And of course was honoured with the, I think, the President's Spirit of Tennis Award a couple of years ago in the short history of the Newcomb Medal. So he's one fine man, no doubt about that. Lookalikes. Let's give people a reminder, Joel. We just put the little teaser out there before, hashtag AO Playoff to get involved. And we want your tennis lookalikes. Here's a little example.
Certainly did, BP. We've got Serena Williams' coach, Patrick Mouratoglou here, with former Carlton footballer Ange Christou. Very similar looking male specimens there. A few we've got coming in which have been very funny to look at. A German DJ and Stan Wawrinka, that looks like.
You across the German DJ there, Bodge?
No.
Rightio. Here we go.
And this one, Milos Raonic and former Sydney Swans footballer Mike Pike.
Yeah, recently retired.
Very good there. Yeah, keep them coming. Hashtag AO Playoff. That's from Jude Bolton, actually. So
there you go.
Teammates.
Listening in, Jude. Nice work.
Law 50.
So Marinko MATOSEVIC, he's in the box seat right now. He can dictate how this match is going to be played out.
15 up.
And a big chance next door that we might be going to 5 potentially in the quarterfinal between Jordan Thompson and Brad Mousley. Mousley just with his nose in front in the 4th, 3 games to 2, trails at 2 sets to 1.
One of probably the best points we've seen from Marinko in a while. Just, you know, really comparing today's performance to yesterday's, and geez, striking the ball well. Whereas on Monday there was a few errors here and there, and he was a little bit loose. But today's really tightened up those shots, and that last point was just a clear display of what he's capable of.
Yeah.
40-15.
Following this match, Matt Barton, Ben Mitchell coming up. The way this 3rd set is tracking, they might be on court fairly shortly. Well, that one might be caught by someone deep.
MATOSEVIC.
There's MATOSEVIC with another game under his belt. 3-1 now in the 3rd set. It's been a complete contrast to the 5-setter he played on Monday. So he's really found his groove today, Marinko. The backhand has been extremely solid. He's made very few unforced errors. Getting to a nice groove on that serve. And we did notice coming into the tournament, he was practicing here early Monday. Looks fit. He's had a bit of time out of the game. Came back late on the Australian Pro Tour. Played a couple of matches. But, been working pretty hard.
15 left.
Had it all covered. Well played. Well executed point.
15-all.
Trying to find some answers, Luke Saville. He's contending with the very good Marinko MATOSEVIC today. The way he's going about it though, just missing on that occasion, but just the change up of shots.
40-30.
You know what, though? I don't mind that. I know Marinko's frustrated, but he's frustrated because he knows that was an opportunity at 30-all and how important that point is. So you know that he's completely focused at 100% in this match.
You've got to have some emotion to play this game.
Come on. Game 7.
So Luke Saville stays alive in this third set, but still Marinko
lead.
MATOSEVIC with the break and a 2-sets-to-love lead. John Jimenez back on board.
And we'll cross in over to Court 7, men's singles quarterfinals action taking place. Brad Mousley and Jordan Thompson. It's Jordan Thompson still with a 2-sets-to-1 lead. We are all square in the fourth, games on serve at 3-all.
Yeah, really good contest. Bodge, and a little break point opportunity there for Jordan Thompson on the Mousley serve, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Potential maybe to go 5 sets. I'm sure Jordan would be happy to close that in 4 as the seeded player in the heat of the day here at Melbourne Park. And one more quarterfinal to come, of course, following the match here between Saville and MATOSEVIC. That is the 8th seed, Matt Barton, who defeated Omar Yasika on the opening day, and Ben Mitchell, who defeated Oliver Anderson. They'll go head-to-head. That's a good clash, one to look forward to, Botch.
Oh, especially because we watched Matthew Barton completely take control of his match against Omar Yasika, and his serve, his big forehand, the way he moved around the court, it's quite a tall guy. So for him to produce the tennis that he showed us on Monday was pretty impressive, and we know that Ben's had a great second half of the year, so he's in some fine form. So I think it's a really close match up there.
Look forward to that. So keep it logged on here at tennis.com.au, our live stream at the 2016 AO Playoff.
Love 15.
Important game for Marinko here, just to consolidate his lead and stay ahead. Hasn't really been challenged too much so far in this match.
Love 30. Let's first. 15-30.
Yeah, great shot there by Marinko, getting his feet out of the way on that forehand. Not an easy shot to make, especially when you're trying to change direction.
Oh. 30 all. $30-40.
So just the little moments here for Luke Saville. Been too many opportunities to make inroads. And, well, it's all on the line now in this third set. Break point.
Yes.
Just need to get that ball back into play.
Advantage, MATOSEVIC.
Helps when you have a first serve that you can rely on just to get you out of those sticky situations.
Yeah, just amazing how that little window can close so quickly. So yeah, one little chance here, Luke. Marinko comes up with a big first serve. Oh, that's beautifully played, right on the line.
Gosh, and it was a well played point by Marinko as well. Just
there you go. You can just get the feedback straight from Marinko, courtside.
Advantage, MATOSEVIC.
He'd love one big serve here, Marinko. Try and get a free point. Get himself to 4-2, and the finish line is just a little bit closer.
Okay, MATOSEVIC.
Comes up with a good first serve. MATOSEVIC in the box seat. 4-2 now in the third set.
sigh of relief there from Marinko because he knew he just had to keep a hold and did a good job to get himself out of that close service game.
Women's quarterfinal day coming up tomorrow. Going to be Kayla McPhee. She knocked out Olivia Rogoska, taking on Madison Inglis. Belinda Woolcock v Nathka Baines. Storm Sanders up against Abby Myers. And Destiny Aeva taking on Arina Rodionova, the birthday girl from yesterday. All coming your way tomorrow.
15 left.
4 girls in that quarter. 4 out of the 8 played in the 18s nationals last week. So.
Got a bit of momentum, those girls coming out of the 18s with a bit of form.
Help.
15 all.
And they'd be definitely feeling comfortable within their surroundings, having just that 1 week under their belt. And the 18s is a bit different to the wildcard playoff because it is a round robin. So they're guaranteed 3 matches. And then obviously a couple more if they make it through.
Oh! 15-30.
Oh!
15-40.
So 2 doubles in a row here for Luke. It's coming at a costly time. He's got all the answers, Marinko MATOSEVIC today, and he'll come out and serve for the match in just a couple of moments.
It leads by 5 games to 2.
1 game away, 6-3, 6-2, 5-2. He now leads it. Luke Saville just hasn't quite been able to put it together today. Qualified for Wimbledon last year. And with a ranking of 188 coming in, got as high as 152, but he's been outclassed by Marinko MATOSEVIC. And coming up next, going to be Matthew Barton of New South Wales, the 8th seed, taking on Ben Mitchell, the 4th seed. That match not too far away if Marinko can hold serve here and get through to the semi-finals. Just never know who's going to wander into our commentary box. Great to have Dylan Alcott. He needs no introduction. What a year he's had in the world of tennis, and looking forward to a big summer of tennis here in Australia. Good to see you.
G'day guys, thanks for having me on.
Good to have you.
Bird's eye view here. It's been a pretty good display from Marinko.
Oh, unbelievable. And you know what, I've been back home training for about 2 months now, and Marinko has been working so hard, unbelievably hard, and his body looks great, and he can keep his head together. He's a pretty amazing tennis player, isn't he?
He is. It's always a bit of a roller coaster ride. I mean, a tough 5-setter on Monday, but this is a guy who's trying to work his way back in a horror 2015 with injury and form. And as high as 39 in the world. I think we sort of sometimes forget that. He's playing like that ranking today, being really clinical.
Pretty tough. I mean, Sav's been playing great as well, and it's a tough matchup because Marinko's just got so many weapons, and I think he really is blowing Sav off the court a bit.
So, 3 points away here. Marinko.
How's your training coming along leading up to the summer?
Really good. It was nice and hot out there today.
Yeah.
It's been great for my tan. But
Tan lines or
tan lines, yeah, exactly. But I've been working really hard, and I had a great couple of weeks. So looking forward to getting stuck into it in Brisbane.
Let's first service.
Oh.
30-15.
So just a couple of big first serves. What he'd love here, Marinko, just to close the deal and get through to the semi-finals.
40-15.
Starts with one out wide.
He's a great man to watch on court, isn't he, Marinko?
Entertaining.
I was just sitting on the side of the court, and in the middle of 3 break points, he goes, "Daylan, how are you?" In the middle of the match.
Here we go.
Game, set, match.
And there's the serve out wide. The error off the forehand of Luke Saville. That's a good day at the office for Marinko MATOSEVIC. 6-3, 6-2, 6-2, and he is through to take on James Duckworth in the semi-finals of this year's wildcard playoff. And he be pretty happy with that bodge. Having to play 5 sets on Monday, he gets to play a quicker match today and get ready for Friday.
Well, I've heard from a lot of people how well, like you said, Dylan, Marinko's been training and been a bit of a mentor for some of the younger guys, and physically looks like he's in really good shape. So it seems like the match he played on Monday, the 5 sets, really didn't really affect him too much other than getting a little bit more confidence. So it was an impressive display of tennis today.
Yeah, it certainly was, and he will, as I say, take on James Duckworth. That it's an interesting matchup. I mean, Duckworth would want to win this tournament. So would Marinko. I mean, Marinko probably didn't think he'd be here this week, having been in the 70s last year and had maintained his ranking in the top 100 for the last 4 years. So we're going to see 2 pretty desperate players in the semi-finals.
Exactly right, and I think the quality of matches, you can't put a price on that. And for Marinko to go through and play really good opposition like Duckworth, it's going to be a great match and really lead both of them into the summer really well, regardless of who has the win.
No doubt. We might see if we can get an update of the other game that's going on, because a few moments ago we're in a pretty tight 4th set between Brad Masley and Jordan Thompson. So Masley's got his nose in front here at 5-4 in the 4th. He's trying to get it to a 5th set, so that's been a great battle just behind us here on court 7. Jordan took the 1st and 3rd sets, but Masley's he's a competitor. Won the under-18s here a couple of years ago. And speaking of competitors, Jordan Thompson, well, he's won this tournament before, so no surprise that match is sort of going the journey at the moment.
Exactly right. Thompson, he's a great player, and I was watching him hit yesterday. And very impressive. Just doesn't really give you much, does he? And I think it's a great match. And I think I thought Thompson would get to the final when I saw the draw against either Ducks or Marinko. So it's shaping up to be a good tournament. A lot of great players in the draw.
Certainly is. How many hours are you putting in at the moment?
I'm actually doing double sessions at the moment, so 2-hour sessions a day.
Okay.
I actually went over to Collingwood, the Collingwood Football Oval, and obviously with us it's quite hard pushing. You can actually roll a bit, but I actually did grass sprints, which is like, I suppose, sand sprints for you guys. You don't get any purchase. And I woke up this morning, I thought I was more disabled than I normally am. I was very, very, very sore. I could barely get out of bed. So hopefully it all works out. But I think this is the time, even for myself, I'd love to go to Brisbane and win, but it's all about the Aussie Open in those tournaments. I'm really going to, till mid-January, really smash myself so I am peaking at the right time.
Big 2016 for you. We spoke a few weeks ago, and obviously there's the huge carrot of the Rio Olympics. So for you, yes, wanting to emulate what you did in Australia and the US Open and maybe build on that this year, but also the Olympic Games thrown in.
Exactly right, yeah. So the Olympics and Paralympics really govern everything that we do as Paralympians. And winning slams are huge honours and amazing, but that gold medal for us is everything. So putting my great best foot forward in everything that I do to do that, and I think you need to take good momentum into the Paralympics in Rio. It's just going to be an amazing event. I actually get excited just thinking about it. Having friends and family in Rio, can't wait.
Well, that was my next question, is how do you break it down? Obviously 2016 is going to be a huge year. Do you focus purely first Australian summer, then you break it down to the next couple of months after that, or are you more of a set a big goal and then I'll just shoot for that one? How do you approach it?
Yeah, I think Australian Open, I'm not thinking about Rio just yet.
Yeah.
I think as soon as that's done, that's when I'll start thinking about it. And my schedule's completely different because I did 10 weeks in Europe this year. I'm going to only go for 3 weeks, come back for 2, go back for 1 tournament, and then come back for 6 weeks block pre-Rio. And then we actually go into Miami for our staging camp. So the day the Olympic Games ends, we go to Miami, 2-week camp, and then straight into Rio, which starts on September 7 for us.
You'll be here before you know it.
Absolutely. You're going to stick around for a little bit, so we'll discuss more of what 2016 has in store for you. We'll take a little break, and not too far away, the 2 players to make their way out for the final quarter-final we're going to bring you on our show court here. Matthew Barton and Ben Mitchell coming up next here from Melbourne Park.
So on December 11, I've made the ridiculous decision to play tennis for 24 hours consecutive non-stop.
If anyone's going to be able to play tennis for 24 hours, I think it's going to be him. He's certainly got tons of energy, and I'm sure he'll be able to space that energy out for the next 16 hours or so.
I just played tennis out there for about 10-15 minutes and already I'm absolutely wrecked. The challenge is incredible. This is a man who I look up to, really do. He's just inspiring kind of guy.
As we all know, he's faced a lot of challenges in his lifetime, so I'm sure he'll get through this one. It's a privilege really to be a part of it.
Look at this fake grease that he just rubbed on his head.
Yeah, I know. Awesome stuff. It's really hard in the hands.
Good luck, mate.
I win. I'll take the silver boat, the big one.
So I got the little baby boat?
Yeah.
Okay, I hope it's quick. All right, here we go.
The location clearly is incredible with the Opera House, the Sydney Harbour Bridge, very special, and that's why I'm here I think as well today, trying to promote the new format. I think it's very straightforward, you don't waste much time, you know exactly what you're getting into, and it's about also promoting the game in a good way.
I don't think I've ever played tennis on water before, and yeah, it's a pretty special place. You know, you don't get too many views like this anywhere in the world, and well, it helps us older players, that's for sure. No, it's good to get out there and obviously, you know, just play a quickened version of the game. There's some small rule changes which are going to take a little bit of time for us to adjust to, mainly the lets, obviously, and just being ready to play those, and you know, to step up there and possibly have an easy ball to put away, which you're not used to doing off someone's big first serve. Yeah, it's good fun. It's still going to be best of 5 sets, but a shorter format.
Under largely sunny skies, clouds, nothing to complain about. What up? We're a long way away from the first ball of this year's
It's open season for the Australian Open. Book now through Ticketek.
Italy needs against love for sets.
Hardly a smile. Needs an espresso, she said. Anything there, I need an espresso.
Oh, that's great. She's got a sense of humour about it anyway.
And that is the ninth session tonight. Heather Watson of Great Britain takes on the leading
Well, I've never seen anything like this before. This is one of the funniest. Well, fancy that, a player. She was laughing at the changeover saying, can I get an espresso? Is that I've ever heard?
That's the referee.
Have you ever heard a player ask for, I think it was a double shot espresso?
But since then, we have wanting to sell this over here. She took it out, stepping flat and one. As far as Germany said, one.
RLA is a big court at the baseline that you do put enough power in it to get to that point.
I didn't get nervous.
You just need to make sure.
Balls are really good and that I service the players right. Being on court with all the big players, it's just really exciting and not many people get to do that.
This is the racket that helped me beat Bernard Tomic in the 2015 French Open. But like thousands of rackets in Aussie homes, I don't use it anymore. So Medibank created Second Serve, re-gifting rackets to kids who need them the most. Your kindness could win you exclusive tickets to the Australian Open Finals, where you might even see me. Just Instagram a photo of your old racket and share its story. Use the hashtag Second Serve and tag Medibank, and I might even give you a like. Then drop your racket off at a Medibank store and we'll do the rest. Too easy. Visit medibank.com.au/secondserve for more.
Well, welcome back to Melbourne Park. The final quarter-final we're going to bring you here on court 6. As you can hear the guys warming up. Matthew Barton up against Ben Mitchell. And this promises to be a really good encounter. Both really impressive in their first round wins, particularly Matthew Barton against Omar Yasika, and of course Ben Mitchell got through very comfortably as well and has won this tournament before, so in good form at this time of the year in very pleasant conditions, top of 26 here in Melbourne. So if you're just joining us, winners so far today, James Duckworth through over Marc Polmans. That was a really good high quality match, the Duck eventually getting through in 3, and we've just seen a very comprehensive display by Marinko MATOSEVIC in straight sets over Luke Saville. Peter Mercado's rejoined us in commentary. Dylan Alcott is still with us, of course. We're also standing by to get out to court number 7, where, Pete, there is an amazing match going on between Brad Mousley and also Jordan Thompson.
Into the 4th set tie break, and mini break for Mousley, but Thompson has got back. So he's got that break back. It's 5-4 on serve now. Thompson with a few serves to come. It's been an interesting match, been a really tight match out there on court number 7 this afternoon, and I thought maybe Thompson would run away with it after taking that 3rd set, but Mousley's held his own and he's just been able to keep the pressure on. Jordan in his opening round match was quite aggressive. He was able to get to the net. He was doing it comfortably. Not so in this round, this quarter-final. So we'll see how that plays out. They're at 5 points all now.
Dylan, what are your own observations of our
3
young
minutes.
male players? This is a great week for us in particular to come and really assess them, see how much they've developed in terms of their game, their physicality as well. They've all looked like they've put on a little bit of size. What's your own observations?
Yeah, since I started back 2.5 years ago, the improvement that a lot of the guys have shown, even just watching them, their day-to-day habits and training, hitting the ball a lot cleaner and a lot harder, I think. And you can see the proofs in the pudding. And I remember we commentated a bit of this last year, and the level of tennis has just gone up a notch. And it's a lot better, and it's great to see so many great players. You know, even young Omar, who's just 18, to hold his own and play well here. I think in the years to come, Australian tennis is in very good hands for the next generation.
Yeah, certainly is. Some trying to break into the top 100, some trying to break into the top 200 in 2016. Pete, I think we're going to duck out, are we, to court number 7?
We are. Bojana is standing by, and Bojana, give us in the tie break.
Well, Bradley Mousley has just
2
taken the
minutes.
fourth set 7-6, and I think this is what this match really deserves because it's such a high quality display of tennis, and now we're into a deep 5th set, and these guys have been out here for a good couple of hours, and look, the rallies and the shots that they're producing is by far one of the best I've seen this week, and I think it reflects on who's in the crowd and how many people there are actually out here. There's Pat Rafter, Wally Masua, Jason Stoltenberg, so they're all out here watching this great tennis match.
Who looks the fresher of the two players?
That's a tough question. Look, I'd have to... Oh, well, neither of them are showing signs of fatigue. I think Jordan Thompson would be probably a little bit better conditioned knowing that he's had, his career best year. But look, Bradley Mousley has been out of the game for a year, so he's had time to work on his body as well. So look, I think time will tell come into this 5th set.
You want to give us a prediction?
I'm going to go for the upset. I'm going to say Mousley 7-5 in the 5th.
All right, we'll check in with you a little bit later. Thanks, Bodge.
Thanks.
1 minute.
Okay, she wants it to go the distance.
It's hot out there as well, so I think the boys will be struggling by about then.
Well, it's been a great match, not much separating that pair. What about these two players and your thoughts, Dylan? Matthew Barton, as we've all made mention on and off air, really impressive on day one. He's the 8th seed. He's obviously had quite a few injuries during his career, but every time we see him play, he's a super impressive player.
I haven't had that much to do with Matthew, but I watched him yesterday play Omar, as you said, and I was really, really impressed with his ball striking.
Quarterfinal will be the best of 5 sets.
Had a few
First 4
injuries.
tiebreak.
Doesn't travel as much as the other players as well. And
Between two
see
left
him
of
out
chair.
here dominate yesterday.
Matthew
I think
Barton.
it's going to be a great match. But yeah, I reckon he's my
And the
tip.
right of the chair, Benjamin Mitchell.
And Ben Mitchell tends to find some form at this time of the year.
Mitchell won the toss and chose
got his
to
ranking
serve.
back towards a career high, 204. He's at 209 at the moment. At one stage this year, he was around the 350 mark and sort of struggling mid-year, but a couple of good performances on the Australian Pro Tour late, went to Asia late in the year as well. So Pete trying to carry on that momentum, and of course he's won this tournament before. Yeah,
as you said, tends to play well at this time of the year, but starting to make those breakthroughs. Said the same thing about Luke Saville, who was in our previous match. Starting to make that ranking rise, getting out of that 300 mark, down to the 200s, into the 100s, and the real grind starts from there. As we've seen from players like James Duckworth, John Millman, they've made that rise through, and it's been that 1 or 2 tournament breakthrough that's given them the catalyst to get inside the top 100.
And that's the key. Once you get around that 200, you get into the qualifiers for the Grand Slams, and it's all up from there.
So Ben Mitchell to get us underway.
15 love.
Of course, won his first challenger. That was just recently up in Canberra.
Whoa!
I'll
ask you about the conditions out here on court 6. We've got the canopies over the grandstands now, but you've played on these courts. What does the wind do? Now that we've got the big Margaret Court Arena, it's changed a little bit over the years when the breeze comes in the afternoon.
It definitely has. It used to obviously come from the one way all the time, and I think it maybe swirls around a bit more than it used to because of Margaret Court. And yeah, it's definitely different. This is where
40 love.
the court actually we play our Grand Slam final on. So yeah, good memories here. But it's a good court, and I mean these canopies, they're a lot better to watch tennis with. I think my mates that came last year were a bit hot and maybe had a few too many cheeky ones. So it'll help them out definitely.
Game, Mitchell.
They're keeping hydrated.
Exactly right. I loved it because
First
they were
game.
obviously very pro Dylan and anti the other guy, so it was good support.
Well, I've got to say that you walk around the grounds and you sort of get towards the end of the tournament, they condense them down to a handful of courts, but the noise that was coming from this court in particular, with the stands that weren't, I don't think they were as high as what we have for next year's event. The noise was deafening. You could hear it a mile away.
Yeah, actually, somebody went up to Craig Tyler and said, "What's going on in Court 6? Why is there so much noise out there?" And there was a doubles match going on somewhere else, maybe the junior girls.
Yep.
In the show court, there was no one there, and it was just packed. So, I mean, for wheelchair tennis,
Barton to serve.
it's just unbelievable what that does for us and every player in general to have that support. It's I think it's been about time, and it really is great to have the support
15
of
long.
the Australian and the Melbourne public.
Well, I would maybe if you wander into Craig Tyler's office this week and just say, "Listen, mate, come on, court 3, thanks."
That's what I
Court
reckon.
2.
I reckon Roger Federer, who just chuck us on before that.
30 long.
So Ben Mitchell held his opening service game in the blink of an eye to love, and now on the record of Matt Barton, he's also jumped out to a 30-love lead. So no inroads on the serve at the moment.
40 long.
It's actually quite funny playing out here because they've just resurfaced all the courts as they do, and you'd be surprised how much slower they are every time. It takes honestly a few good weeks to get used to the new speed.
Game, Barton.
So 2 quick service games to get this
One game all.
quarter-final underway.
I was feeling tired coming into the commentary box for this stint when you're talking about the grass sprints that you were doing.
Yeah, it's just a bit of conditioning that's different. Obviously, the wheelchair, it doesn't roll very well on the grass, and I went over to the Collingwood Football Club and did some grass sprints, and I was feeling it this morning. As I said, I could barely get out of bed, but it really does help us.
What's the breakdown in terms of your pre-season from things like that fitness and conditioning stuff to say stroke play?
Yeah,
and working on your technique.
Exactly. What we do a lot of now is obviously a lot of both, and skills under duress. So to see if your skills can hold up when you are tired, in particular second serves and returns, things like that. And then as we get closer to the match play of the tournaments, a lot more serve return when you feel fresh, so you can actually work on your game plan and things like that. But I mean, we're still 5-6 weeks away from the Oz Open, and that's the goal, the dream, where you want to be in peak. So at the moment, even though your skills might be down, it's probably
40 long.
What about though the balance, because you play big season, it's been a big year for you this year, actually having some downtime, being able to switch off from tennis for a while, balance that with the pre-season work that you're actually doing. How do you find that balance?
Yeah, I mean, we take our pre-season maybe a touch earlier. Mine ended up being the first 2 weeks of November, which was great because I just enjoyed myself, played no tennis, spring carnival, enjoyed being a normal human for a bit, and now I'm refreshed and ready to really train hard. And I think it's really
Mitchell
important.
leads by 2
As everyone
games
said,
to
everyone's
1.
taking Christmas breaks and things now, but there is no such thing when you're an elite tennis player who wants to play in the summer of tennis, where all systems go at the moment.
It's that thing of the players in the past have said, "Oh, well, the season's too long." Okay, well, we finish at, let's say, December, and they do have that very small window to have that downtime, to relax, to switch off, and then build themselves back up again.
Exactly right, and the trick is, if you're not training in December, I'm sure someone somewhere is, and you feel like you might be, on the back foot straight away. So you've got to get that timing right and peak at the right times. And I think it is tough for players when your friends and family are enjoying themselves in their break and you can't get involved. But I mean, that's part of the role, I guess.
Do you get that sense of advantage knowing that the people that you're going to be playing against here in January are training in the cold conditions, maybe indoors? They may not necessarily have the same opportunities as you to be able to get out on these courts and play.
I remember last year in the Sydney International Final, I played a guy from Great Britain, and he was actually purple. He was that hot because he'd come from -10, or he was in northern England, up near Manchester, and he just looked horrible. And that is obviously a big advantage and a big perk for me. And I actually do think about that because training out here every day, it leaves you in good nick for the humidity in Brisbane or the steaming hot in Melbourne.
So we're on serve here. No points have been taken off the serve in 3 games. Smart looks to square it up.
gives us plenty of time to chat about other
Love
things.
15.
I'm interested in talking about Rio and the Olympics. There's been a test event. The ITF and the organising committee held a test event. Do you get any reports or updates about how that event went and sort of the facilities and how they're coming along?
Yeah, we do. The event itself was really good, run really well.
Let's
Supposedly
paso.
they don't have much of an airport or much of a village yet though, which is pretty scary to think. But I think at all the games they often is last minute when they have all that. I remember when I played basketball, we had a Beijing test event and we couldn't sleep because they had jackhammers building the bird nest 24 hours a day, non-stop. Hundreds and hundreds of men from China just working on the stadiums to get them right. So you hear this every time, don't you? And I really hope they get it right, but supposedly they are very, very far behind.
It always
15,
sort of,
30.
it comes together. I did meet a man a few weeks ago, Adam Williams, who's actually flies between Melbourne and Rio, and his job has been to put together Rio Olympic Park, and he actually came in quite late because the first 2 years there were all sorts of dramas, and he looked after London, so he did a presentation where he said, yeah, they've been
30 all.
the 8 ball from day one, but as he said, these things always come together somehow. So
And the carnival spirit in Rio,
Yeah.
the support, it's going to be unbelievable. And I really hope everyone gets around the Olympics and Paralympics, because just watching the World Cup that was recently played there in soccer, it looked unbelievable, didn't it? And the people that I know that went said the city was just lit up the whole time. It's going to be great.
So we've got two men's quarterfinals going on side by side here at the moment. Our match on serve. Mitchell leading Barton here 2-1.
13, 14.
We're into a fifth.
Match over there on serve too. It's 2-1 Thompson in the final set.
Juice.
Big serve.
Points have been short here in early stages. So for the main going with the server.
Advantage Mitchell.
Until I said that.
Correct point.
Out. Juice. Oh. Advantage Mitchell.
He's thrown a few doubles, Martin, this game.
A few missed returns as well on the ad call from Mitchell.
Juice.
Just talking about the workload that you've had this year. We talk about all the top players in the world, like Novak Djokovic, for example. They have the heavy schedule because they do well in every tournament they play, and you've been the same this year, just sort of rolling through all the tournaments. There's been very few where it's been less than a semi-final. How are you feeling mentally
Advantage
after
Mitchell.
the year? Because it's been such a big year for you, but you played a hell of a lot of matches and won
Yeah.
a heap of titles.
That was the hardest part. I think physically I'm always pretty okay, but by the end of when I won the US Open, which was a huge honour to win in 4 hours. I had to check out for a while. It was really tough, and yeah, as you said, I think I only didn't make one semi-final out of 15 tournaments or whatever it was, and it does really play its toll mentally, I think, and being away from friends and family, and also having not much of a break, because we don't have days off in between our matches. So you might play 6 days in a row, you go to the next tournament, have a day off, and then 6 days in a row, and it's continuous like that, and you have to stay fresh in some way. So it was great to have a bit of a break. At the end of the year.
So when you
Advantage
look at your
Mitchell.
schedule for 2016, do you then sort of go, well, yeah, let's work on the basis of what I did in 2015? Do you pull it back a little bit? Because you look at the schedule, and if you play the same schedule, then you have to add an extra tournament because of the Olympics as well. It's a very full dance card you've got.
Exactly right. And I did 7 tournaments in 8 weeks in Europe, and this time I'm going to do 4 in 8 weeks.
Yep.
2 weeks, come back, and then go back for another 2 weeks, because you want to be not burnt out by the time we get to Rio, because I would be thinking of devastated for the next 4 years because you don't have another shot for a while. So you really want to time it well and peak at that right time. And I think a lot of players will do that around the world. The qualification date in terms of ranking is May 16.
Okay,
And then once you're in, the seeding obviously is the week before, but once you're in, once you're at the dance and you've got an okay ranking or seeding, that it's all about getting right, whatever that is for you, playing matches every day or toning back. And for me, it will definitely be toning back and making sure the body's right.
Break a serve here for Ben Mitchell. Long fourth game. So he gets into a 3-1 lead early in this first set. You talked about the great atmosphere here when you won it. What about when you won in New York? Just describe the setting on that day.
Yeah, it was pretty. It was just a matter of good timing. But our final started 4 hours before Novak and Roger, and we ended up going 3.5 hours. So everybody was waiting to get into the main stadium and happened to be watching us, and we had thousands and thousands of people watching. And had Roger Federer's parents there watching, and he went upstairs and introduced me to his son, who I'd already met, but he was having dinner with Bradley Cooper and Leonardo DiCaprio, the Beckhams. This was yeah, exactly. This was Roger Federer. This is like 10 minutes before he played his final. So he's a pretty relaxed unit, but the whole glitz and glamour of the New York City, it's a bit of a different vibe over there than it is here.
40 love. Game Mitchell.
He's looking good early here, Ben. 4 games to 1.
Mitchell leads by 4 games to 1.
With all your Olympic experience, do you like getting into the village early, or how will you time that? Will you time it maybe closer to your event starting? How's the tennis event set up?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I mean, what a lot of athletes often do is, or we were told in London, was to specifically just focus on what you're doing. And I think I probably did that a bit much when I played basketball. I wasn't really enjoying the fact that I was an Olympian. And I think it's really important to, on the first couple of days, get in there early, walk around the whole village, see all the sights, see all the people, because then when you start playing, it's a bit more normal.
Yep.
If you come in just before the tennis, and there's thousands of athletes, food hall, fans, it's just too much. So I'm of the opinion, get in there, get comfortable, 3-4 days before the opening ceremony, and then once your tournament starts, which for us is 2 days after the opening, well then you're comfortable, you know where you are, you know your bedroom, and you're ready to win a gold medal.
Do you any text messages come your way from some of the other athletes who might be their first time going to the Olympics and just maybe hitting you up for some advice?
Yeah, for sure. Actually, through the Paralympic Committee, we had a big processing thing, and I was one of the people that spoke to the younger athletes, because I was 17 when we won gold, and I'm not going to lie, I couldn't sleep. I was so nervous. So to have someone that's been there before, young, and did pretty well, it helps.
15
so I'd
love.
love to share that knowledge onto other athletes that might be in that position. Oh, great volley.
15 all.
And good reach from Mitchell across the net.
Always had good court coverage, hasn't he, Ben? He's just a really fit guy. Played a lot of long matches, Dylan, in his career. Well, you'd love to see him break through because his work ethic has always been outstanding.
30-15.
As you said previously, the tournament that he plays here every year, he looks like a world beater, doesn't he? He really does step up and play well. And, I think one of the biggest things for a lot of the able-bodied guys on tour, it's such a long, grueling season, and the best guys are the guys that can consistently, you know, bring some of their best tennis, and, as opposed to just a few months of the year, and that really is what then launches you in the top 150, 100, and so on.
I mean, it just goes to show he won that one challenger late in Canberra, and that boosted his ranking by 50 or 60 spots. You can just do a couple of those in 2016, a bit like JP Smith has done, and sort of get from that 200, 220 mark down to that sort of 150, 120, and he's on his way, but easier said than done.
Exactly right. It's easy from this seats, aren't they?
Yep.
Let second serve. Game, Barton.
So Barton, important hold
Mitchell
there for him. He
leads by
stays
4 games to 2.
right in this first set, but still, Ben, with the break, you're 4 games to 2. We'll get an update out on court number 7, 5th set between Jordan Thompson and Brad Mousley.
Yeah, the scores at the moment. We continue on serve, 3 games all, although Thompson in a bit of trouble on serve now, love 30. In that 7th game.
That'd be a huge break.
15 love. all.
These guys know each other pretty well. That's all the Aussie guys tend to do. They played each other 3 times. It's 2-1 in favour of Mitchell. Last time was back in Margaret River in 2012. They've all been straight sets. Mitchell getting that one, 6-3, 6-4, and then previously in Kalgoorlie, 6-3, 6-2.
Out. 15-13.
So it's a great time of year to be around Melbourne Park. Just watching the quality tennis players all come back. It's pretty lean pickings, you know, throughout the year, everyone being away. Lots of cardio tennis, which is great for people to get involved, but to see such clean ball striking gets you excited, doesn't it?
15-14.
Just to know that the Australian Open's been sort of put together in and around this tournament. If you actually get down here, if you're in Melbourne, and the logistical exercise to put on a Grand Slam, we know it's close. Grand Slam Oval's been put together, and
Game, Barton.
great shot. Great.
New balls, please.
Break. So he's working his way back, Matthew Barton.
Mitchell leads by 4 games to 3.
Looked very nervous at the start, didn't he? But swinging a lot freely now.
Yeah, if he can get back to that form that got him the win against Omar the other day, where he was just in control right from the very start. He was striking the ball cleanly. He's played with great consistency, controlled the aggression. By the way, break point over on court 7. Mousley with an opportunity here. So it's 15-40.
Time.
So Ben Mitchell leading at 4-3 here in the opening set. Dylan, I know you've got a few things to take care of. Great to spend some time with you.
Good on you guys. Thank you very much for having me in
Just
here.
got a trail of people just following him around here at Melbourne Park. You know where he is because there's people just around him.
I've peaked at the right time, actually. It's been good. No, I'll be. I'm around, floating around the next couple of days, so I'll definitely pop back in and have another chat. But appreciate you guys having me.
Look forward to it. Keep working hard.
Thanks.
Good stuff. Dylan Alcott going to be a big feature of the Australian Summer of Tennis. And, Ben Mitchell's lead here have been eroded away with the last couple of games. Matthew Barton getting the break back and trying to square it up at 4-all in the opening set.
It's we've had that even sort of start, I guess, and then saw Mitchell get away to that lead, and he's been pegged back by Barton. And as Dylan said, he's been just working on, just grinding away, just getting rid of those nerves that he had. He was a little bit tight, and he comes up against someone he knows pretty well. By the way, that break of serve did happen. Mousley getting the break 4-3 in the 5th set. We might see we get Boyana back up for an update from what's happening out there, because it's a really crucial stage of that match.
Just a little change of commentary coming up. John Huvenard is going to step back in with yourself, Pete. A very interesting stage now, this opening set. An update from Court 7 very shortly.
So game points for Barton to get this back to 4-all.
I was just out on Court 7, Pete, watching Brad Mousley and Jordan Thompson slug it out. Just the power,
40-13.
The power that they're hitting with is incredible. I'm sure we'll hear from Boyana in the cross at the next sit down, but it's quite a match out there.
Yeah, well, that's the dynamic of the 5 sets, isn't it? The fact that, you know, it's a different sort of dynamic.
Game, Barton.
As Barton holds for 4-all here. To be able to get yourself back in the match, being competitive all the way through. Real test. Jordan Thompson, we know, can play the long matches. He did in the final last year. And so he'll be setting himself up. But Mousley at the moment in a really good position out there on Court 7. There's an update of the score. And he can keep trading serve to the end. So a bit of a challenge now for the 2nd seed. And the winner of that match to play the winner of this one. Good movement across the net from Mitchell. We're talking about with Dylan. He just floats across the court. Read it well. Barton in a tough position.
$30 low.
Not getting a hold of that at all. It's a nice return from Barton. This really has evened up nicely, this match.
$40-15.
I'm sure once that match is finished on Court 7, there'll be a lot of folks making their way out to this court to see how this one will play. Game points for Mitchell. And he holds. 5 games to 4 now for Ben Mitchell.
Mitchell
in this opening set. He was up a
4.
break, but managed to break back, and we continue on serve in sets number 1. Best of 5 set match out here. The wildcard playoff for 2016, John.
Gives us a chance to head over to court 7 and catch up with the latest in the other men's quarterfinal. We find Bojana Babusic. Come in, Bodge.
Fifth set because Brad Mousley took the crucial break at 3 games all, and he currently leads 5-3 in the 5th set. Jordan's serving to stay in this match, so geez, it's been entertaining last few hours. And can I just say that the forehand of Brad Mousley has been unbelievable. He's really picked up the pace and get some serious power on that forehand.
Yeah, what sort of style of match is it in this 5th set?
Look, there's a lot of long rallies, a lot of retrieving as well, but I think that the standout for me has been the aggressiveness of Brad and the willingness to go for every shot. And, you know, you asked me the question earlier in terms of how they're both physically feeling, and I thought maybe Jordan Thompson would have gotten the upper hand, but Brad's showing no signs of fatigue and he's really stepped up to the plate.
Wonderful. We'll keep in touch throughout the rest of the set. Hopefully you can bring us a result in not too long from now. Thanks, Bodge.
No worries.
15 low.
It's a great serve out wide from Barton. At least starting to get that serve going.
$30 low.
Yep, made the decision not to play that as a volley. Had plenty of time to get himself ready. Should update that score. It's 5-4 now. Mousley serving for the match. We're back with Bojana. We get a result out there. Or she could be bunkering down for the night because it is an advantage 5th set, this event.
How are the lights out on court 7?
Not bad. I mean, our coverage will finish, but Bojana will be there right to the very end.
40-15.
Nice reach up into the ball. Good bodyweight movement forward. Chance of 5-all here. Oh, well done.
40-13.
Trying to put Mitchell off balance, but he got around to that ball nicely. Wonder what the time is in LA.
I can find that out for you very quickly.
Thank you. Send that to the research department.
Oh. 7:41 p.m. Los Angeles.
Plenty of time. Sure, there's a keen viewer over there, just watching this match with interest.
Well, let us know on Twitter, #AOPlayoff to join the conversation. We'd love to have your company, find out who you are, where you're watching from right around the world, and what's brought you to watch the Australian Open playoff.
Advantage Barton.
Last couple of serves from Barton in this court have gone out wide. See whether he changes things up. Nope, he's on a good thing and he stuck to it. So it's 5-all in the opening set.
5 games all.
Meanwhile, court 7.
It's a 5th set between Brad Mousley and Jordan Thompson. Mousley has the break of serve and is serving here for the match at 5-4, 15-all. So Jordan Thompson doing his best to stay alive. Of course, no tie break in this 5th set. They play to advantage.
$15 low.
Plenty of time to steady, just in position. Nice adjustment. Great forehand. be getting out to
15-all.
Boyana at the next change of ends. Get a result out on court 7. Oh, looking for the call. The linesperson was on that side.
Must have just caught some paint.
And right near the umpire, Emma Walter.
All.
Oh, and a quality finish here
30,
for
14.
Barton. He's starting to latch onto these returns of Ben Mitchell, and he's earned himself a break point. Another good return. Seeing it nicely now, Barton. He was a breakdown earlier in the set. He's got a break of his own, and he'll be suing for the opening set at 6-5.
We have a result out on court 7 between Brad Mousley and Jordan Thompson. Bodge, what's happened?
Bradley Mousley taking the fifth set 6-4. So I picked 7-5. I think that was pretty close enough. But look, just an unbelievable effort from Brad. He's been off the tour for a year, made a solid comeback, and to beat Jordan Thompson, who's at his career best, was an impressive result today, and I think a lot of people will appreciate the level of tennis that he displayed.
Just about be the match of the tournament so far, would you say?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I think every set was super close, and it was only a couple of breaks here and there. So for Brad to come back after being down and out, I think it just shows the potential that he does have. And I know Pat Rafter and Wally and Jason Stoltenberg were out there watching as well. So let's hope that he's on court 6 in the next couple of days, because he's definitely one to watch.
Well, Brad Mousley advances to the semi-finals to take on the winner of Matthew Barton and Ben Mitchell. So how about you head on back over to court 6 to catch the rest of this one, Bodge?
Sounds good, guys. See you soon.
Thank you. Boyana Busic out there on court 7 now. Our roving reporter for the day.
Yes, 6-4 in the 5th set. Just confirming that. So the final score, 4-6, 7-5, 4-6,7-6, 6-4. And Jordan Thompson will be disappointed. Couldn't get through to the semi-finals. Meanwhile here, Mitchell going the right way to getting himself back into this set.
Long
really in
13.
position to hustle for that. Not from there anyway.
Let first serve. Oh. 15-13.
Just that little bit extra on the serve is making the difference for Barton this game. So both players return pretty well.
Wait, please.
Well, that was makeable for Mitchell. A little gust of wind just picked up as Barton served there. This is making it tricky now, Boyana, as you rejoin us for the players. The breeze has picked up a little bit later than we've seen in the past couple of days.
Just see that ball moving around a fair bit.
So break back point for Mitchell. Force it to a tie break. And he does. So this set going to be decided by the breakup.
Tie break.
It's been an interesting set of tennis between these two.
Guys, we've got the Thursday order of play through to preview for tomorrow. Of course, it's women's quarterfinals action, and it all kicks off here on court 6 with Destiny Ava taking on Victorian second seed Arina Rodionova.
Yep.
Followed by Storm Sanders and Abby Myers. Kayla McPhee, who's the upset from yesterday.
1-0, Mitchell.
Belinda Woolcock and Nathan Baines to wrap things up.
So all 4 on court 6.
Correct.
Great.
Unless the first 3 run late, we have to move another.
Two 0 Mitchell.
No, it wasn't bad for Mitchell, just forcing Barton back. He lined up, really hammered that backhand up the line, but Mitchell was there and just kept the ball deep. So still a defensive shot, but he was just able to push Barton back in the court.
Mitchell, a very, very good retriever of the ball. So for Barton, just has to be careful he doesn't overplay too many of those shots.
Two 1 Mitchell.
Which way do you see this going?
If I was to pick someone, Pete, I would pick, I think Mitchell would just be a bit too solid when it counts. Yep.
The rainbow option wasn't selected this time.
Well, I've taken this on board, and I'm determined to start making some decisions. And I think I've started off well with calling Brad Mousley to win that one in the
Very
fifth.
good. It's sort of, a little bit taken off because it wasn't 7-5, but 6-4.
Yeah, you guys start slow.
3-1
Work in
Mitchell.
progress.
Just overplaying there. So big advantage here for Ben Mitchell, as we've seen in as the set has gone on. They might get the advantage, but get dragged back. Close the change ends at 4-2.
A lot of close sets today in all the matches. 6-4, 7-5, 7-6s. Only a couple of points between all these matches.
Now the folks starting to make their way from court 7 over to watch the final match of the day, this quarter-final day. Earlier it was James Duckworth in straight sets. And Marinko MATOSEVIC also very impressive over Luke Saville on that court number 6. So the top half semi-finals are set with MATOSEVIC to play Duckworth. Brad Mousley to play the winner of this match.
4-3, Mitchell.
So the mini break in it at the moment.
Five, 3, Mitchell.
Okay, Barton say that's just too good.
Just cutting under the ball with that volley.
Not an easy volley either.
Notice Luke Saville sitting in the crowd.
James Duckworth was out there watching the end of Mousley and Thompson.
Five, 4, Mitchell.
Well, that doesn't help. In a good position in this tiebreaker. Throw the double fault in and we get back on serve. What's the rule about commentators being in shot?
Not sure if there is one.
Six, 4, Mitchell.
Just a few forehand errors off that Barton racket.
Not be missing by much
No.
though. That's the thing.
No, not
So
at
pressing
all.
hard, but
Yep.
that's what can happen. Set points now for Mitchell.
Six, 5,
And
Mitchell.
another opportunity here to close it out. This time on his serve.
Thank you.
Come on! And he's got there.
First set, Mitchell.
It was hard fought.
7 games to 6.
Plenty of opportunities for both players. And Mitchell gets there. He takes it in a tiebreaker. 7 games to 6.
Stages for tennis. How do we get more kids involved? How do we get them more accessibility and shorter periods of time to play where it matters and where it means the most? And how do they learn to compete? And boy, oh boy, does this encapsulate that.
There's someone else that wants to come
this
and
is a great
have a
way
game
to
with
kick
you.
it off tonight.
Okay, what's going on here?
We got a substitute already? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Darren.
It's Cruz Hewitt.
Cruz Hewitt on.
Absolutely nothing. Next, Cruz Hewitt.
Come on.
Great stuff, Cruz.
Yeah. Got him. Are you ready? Let's see if you got that Hewitt double-handed backhand. Not too bad.
Don't shake Roger's hand.
Well played, Cruz.
It's well done. Nice round of applause there for Cruz Hewitt. Mention also there are shortened versions of other sports. We see cricket here in Australia at the moment being quite successful with the shortened versions, but it actually changes the way technically.
Under largely sunny skies, clouds, nothing to complain about. What up? We're not a long way away from the first ball of this year's
It's open season for the Australian Open. Book now through Ticketek.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels pretty good. Had an early start this morning, a bunch of media commitments, but you know, to come back here and I guess to have the support of everybody and the way everybody reacted and so many nice messages from everybody, it's a pretty amazing feeling. I mean, it just really caps off a great year for me and a real comeback, and you know, it caps off the journey so far. I don't feel like it's the end of my journey. I've got a lot of room left to move, but just the support from everybody and that everyone feels so strongly. You know, whoever chose the medal along with Nuke, you know, one to be nominated, but then two to take it away. I don't know. It's sort of hard for me to put into words. It sort of gave me a chance to reflect on everything. You know, haven't had a lot of time, but over the past sort of 12 hours, and you know, I'm in a really good place with my life. I'm in a really good place with my tennis, and you know, this just sort of has made me realise that.
Second set.
The first
Barton
set
to serve.
completed here. It went the way of Ben Mitchell, the 4th seed. The 8th seed, Matthew Barton. Brett Phillips replacing Bojana Babusic in the commentary position.
Yeah, great win for Brad Mousley next door, Pete. Just saw the end of that.
Low 15.
Remind everyone, John, that the Twitter and Facebook competition's continuing.
And not just the competitions, any communication that you see relevant to our broadcast, please send them through.
The communication lines are open.
Hashtag AO Playoff, that's all you need to know.
15 all.
So people want to get involved?
Head to Twitter, hashtag AO Playoff, just like Shane Jones has done. He says Brad Mousley produces a stunning result to knock off Jordan Thompson to make the semis. That result will give him, at best, a qualifying wildcard into the Oz Open. The kid has come back well this year.
Just on that, Herfitz, I think I've never seen a player hit a ball out of the court. I think it's somewhere in the CBD.
30-15.
Still trying to find that ball. He got a fair connection. That's how delighted he was.
He was certainly pummeling it in that last set, if that's any indication of how hard he hit the celebration.
Yeah, it was good.
How? 40-15. Game, Barton.
Good way to start this second set.
First game, second set.
So just a reminder about the Facebook competition we're running. Every day of this Australian Open playoff tournament, there's going to be a double pass to the Australian Open up for grabs, and it's called Caption This. So what you have to do is head to the Facebook page, Australian Open, and there is an image that we posted today. It's a picture of Arina Rodionova talking to her coaches yesterday, and you simply submit a creative or witty or otherwise caption here in the comments section, and you could win yourself a double ground pass to the first Wednesday of the Australian Open. That competition will be open until the end of this last match.
We did ask earlier too, John, the lady there with the back to us in that photo, who that is. And did we come up with anyone in our traffic?
Well, not in our traffic, I don't think, unless I missed it, but Pete actually came up with an answer.
Cara Black.
Of course.
Let, second serve. Love. Fault. Fifteen all. Thirty 15.
Seen a man in the stand who's made his second appearance here at Melbourne Park this week. One of the great broadcasters is back. Loves his tennis, Pete. Alan Jones.
(40-15).
Good attacking play from Ben Mitchell. Just want to try and grab this momentum and run with it as much as he can. He has opportunities in the opening set, but couldn't take them. Lifting his level.
Game Mitchell. 1 game all.
So we continue on 1 game all.
Of course, women's quarters tomorrow. We're going to have 4 matches. We're going to be bringing you from 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, starting with Martina Rodionova and Destiny over the young Victorian. Storm Sanders up against Abby Myers, Kayla McPhee, Madison Inglis and Belinda Walcott to take on Gabanes. That'll be the order of play.
15 love. $30 love. $40 love.
Back to the pattern that we saw in the opening set, where the players reasonably comfortable on serve. Chase that down, no problems.
40-15.
It's hard court, putting the ball in that sort of position. Really need to be precise.
What's your read on it, Pete, in terms of where this game's going to go? Tough one to call, isn't it? We thought that going in this was going to be a really even matchup.
Yeah, well, no one's been able to grab momentum for long periods of time.
Let's first
get
serve.
a break, the other one would come back.
Game, Barton, new balls, please.
Hold, so 2 games to 1 now in the second set, continuing on serve. It's at the moment a matter of who can put the pressure on when they're
Barton
receiving.
leads by 2 games to 1.
John
Don't forget, Twitter users and viewers of our live stream, there is our #Wars initiative that's running right throughout the tournament, and a different theme every day. Today's is tennis v movies, in the spirit of the fact that Star Wars Episode 7 is out tonight. Star Wars Vrinka is the theme I've gone with. And a few people still getting involved, including Pergu, who's submitted The Guns of Navarro, Mary Jo Poppins.
It's not a bad one.
Who's Afraid of Virginia Wade, and Pierre Hunter.
Like it.
And all you have to do is come up with a tennis-themed movie title.
Being a bit remiss of us to mention, just looking at Cameron's tweet there, the second one down.
Yep.
Talking about King Barton. It's happy birthday to King Barton today.
It is his birthday.
Time.
Did we bring that tweet up before?
Which one? The King Barton one, or?
Barton birthday.
All right, we'll do it on the screen here while we're just having a look here.
Oh, that's probably a bit generic, isn't it?
Yep, no, that's brought up a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm glad we're just sort of doing it this way, John, rather than...
I think like being on the fly. 24 today.
New tennis balls for Mitchell at 1-2.
Love 15. $15 all. $30-15. Let Fessor.
That's
40,
a great
15.
serve. Nice tee serve. The ball moving away.
It's one noticeable feature about Ben. He's always had a pretty decent serve. Watching in the last 3 or 4 years this tournament.
Let Fessor.
Foot fault unsettled him a little bit. He wanted to slide that ball out wide. And that'll be put
Game
away over the
Mitchell.
back fence. So 2 games all.
2 games all.
In the second set.
Sorry for that blunder earlier. This is the post from Tennis Australia wishing happy birthday.
Sure we can show this?
We can.
Right.
To Matthew Bart.
Just checking.
It is his birthday today.
Take our word for it.
Wait, please. Thank
Well,
you.
we could put a caption underneath this at the moment. It's a similar idea. #birthday. Oh, brilliance. Both players having to contend with the wind which picked up midway through that rally, made life tricky.
Wind really swirling around too. You notice it when you're sort of sitting in the stands here. High quality points. So tight going here in this quarterfinal.
15 all.
Call was clear from the chair umpire.
Thirty 15.
That one was called from the other side of the net. That's what Ben's saying there. Really tough.
40-15.
Feel like you're in the rally and it's a tight call.
Game, Barton.
And so we continue on serve. We're comfortable for the servers at the moment. It's
Barton
three games
by
to
3
2
games to 2
in the second sets.
Well, earlier on we put the call out for lookalikes after we submitted an example. I'm not sure how many of them you got through, but there's been
a few early.
A few sent through. Did you have this one from Rod and Tanya
No.
yet? So Rod and Tanya, celebrity friends from the block, and they've sent through this one of Steffi Graf in her younger days and Daria Gavrilova. A little bit of resemblance there in both facial and the fact that the gesture that they're holding at the time. Going down here, you have Andy Roddick and Stifler.
Yes. Yes.
That's a classic from American Pie.
Yep.
And another one from Rod and Tanya here. Bernard Tomic, and I'm not sure who the fellow on the left is. Jughead. Who's that?
You don't know Jughead?
Might be before my time, is it?
Oh, well, it is, yes, granted, but
The
even still.
animation style, a little primitive for my eyes.
Time.
Oh, well, sorry about that. Love the fact that you're just getting stuck into people's ideas.
Join the conversation on Twitter, #AOPlayoff. It's a lot of fun.
It is. After we spotted Oracene here doing some scouting on Monday.
Did not realise I was sitting behind her.
No, you certainly weren't when the camera panned up. So, well, we'll be heading for a potentially a
15
second
love.
set tiebreaker here, the way things are travelling on serve. Ben Mitchell taking the first. We're on serve here in the second.
$15 all.
Yeah, nice deep return there from Barton, really pushing Mitchell well behind the baseline. Winner of this quarterfinal to take on Brad Mousley. He's knocked over 2 seeds on his way to the semis.
Yeah, the problem at the side of the court there, the the shading for the players, both came down at the same time on their own, and Mitchell saying, well, hang on, they're off the court, but it potentially could have been a hindrance to the players, and not that it may have been dangerous, but the umpire had no other option but to make that call. There they
15
are.
all.
Watch those bottles down there too, flying along.
Let first serve.
Oh, great serve.
30-15.
He's tried for that wide slider and just hit it beautifully.
30 all.
Well, they're just sitting up nicely for Barton on that forehand. You hear the sort of half chances that the players have had along the way.
A ball, thank you. Just a ball behind you, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, he just wasn't quite in the
40,
position
30.
for that one. Trying to get around, play that as a forehand. Seen him do that a little bit, but just couldn't quite get there to complete it.
Game Mitchell.
And so Mitchell does hold, and we go to 3 all in the second
3
set.
games all.
Well, Matthew Barton, of course, had about 4 or 5 months out this year, and only the 11 tournaments, but 6 of those advancing to the quarterfinal onwards. So, yeah, has an impact. We've seen that over the last 2 or 3 years, ranking just inside 300. Certainly got the capabilities.
15 low. $30 low. $40 low.
It's as good a serving as you'll see right now, so nice, quick, comfortable service game.
Game Barton.
Finishes off in style.
Yep, so 4 games to 3. Interesting there, Mitchell deciding to
Barton
step
leads by
inside
4
the
games to
baseline to
3.
receive those first serves. Going at that pace, probably not the best way to go about it, but nevertheless, we continue on serve.
And we continue with the hashtag wars on Twitter. Hashtag AO Playoff, where you can join the conversation. Today's hashtag wars theme is tennis versus movies. So give us your best tennis themed movie. In the same way that Per Gu has. He's got 4 more submissions. Curious Case of Benjamin Becker. That's solid work. Ivanhoe Lendl. I'm not sure about that movie. Can a couple of you older heads help me out with what he's referencing?
I gave you Jughead.
A Duckworth Orange is excellent. And Walk de Lina. Terrific work from Per.
Where's Pierre from? Has he told us? A bit earlier?
He'll be French, won't he? He's
There you
nice.
go.
He's from
Sweden.
Sweden.
Okay.
Nice to have your company, Per.
Be about,
Time.
what would it be? About 5 in the morning, I reckon.
It's assuming that Per is in Stockholm at the moment.
Yeah, let us know where you're watching from,
That's
Per.
true.
And all the viewers on our live stream, let us know where you are in the world and what time it is, and who to watch out for in the world of tennis from your country.
$15 low. $30 low. $40 low. Game,
Not too
Mitchell.
easy for the servers at the moment. Mitchell holds. It's
4
4
games
games
all.
all. Well served now, just to maybe take a few steps back and see if we can get a racket on the serving of Barton. Try and unsettle him. She's doing. That's where the
Love
pressure can
15.
build. If he can get that strike on the ball from the return, get himself into the rally, so we'll be able to put pressure on Barton. He got there, he just struggled a little bit with the breeze, it just made the ball hold up.
15 all.
Unlucky, but a good passing shot from Barton.
Yeah, he gave himself the opportunity, Ben, with that great forehand, but just get into position there, coming forward, so big game this one.
Oh. 15-30.
Hasn't made a first serve yet, Barton, in this game. Oh, he was looking for the call, Barton. He stood on the baseline. And there's the break point opportunities.
Huge moment, isn't it?
Furious with himself because he can't play to the call. He thought that ball was big. And Mitchell just played it. Everyone stopped, but Mitchell actually did the right thing and played the ball. So now he's got some break points. And he does get the break.
Ben Mitchell.
So down game from Matt Barton. And Ben Mitchell be serving for the second set at 5 games to 4.
Mitchell leads by 5 games to 4.
Gives us a chance to check out the forecast for the next few days, boys. And it's only going to get hotter from here. Thursday, tomorrow, sunny, a top of 33 degrees. Small chance of rain. Similar on Friday as well, 33. Saturday is going to be very difficult. Windy and 39. Look at the wind gusts there, up to 40 kilometres an hour during the morning. And then Sunday, there is a cool change, but it will come late with a 60% chance of showers, most likely later in the day.
We'll get a further update on that a little bit later. I'll update the forecast in about an hour's time.
Right now, Ben Mitchell with a huge opportunity to go 2 sets to love up.
Time.
Very tight contest. 7-6 in the first. Got through the tiebreaker. Game's comfortably on serve, rolling through the second. All of a sudden it changes.
Oh, swinging again, Barton. ploy, but just that pressure now applied being the breakdown to try and come up with the big shot.
all.
Good return.
Fifteen, 13.
Well, Mitchell just needs to put a bit more on these serves. Barton getting a good read on them.
Fifteen and 14.
So he's looking for on the previous point, didn't quite get to, but break back point. And there it is.
Barton.
So the opportunity snatched away from Ben
5
Mitchell.
games all.
And we go to 5 games all. Be kicking himself. Really good opportunity. And well done to Matt Barton. Some good returns.
As you can see, that wind gusting up once again. Just adding
15 love.
to the challenges for both players out there right now in a game of inches.
Low.
That's how quickly the momentum can shift in the match.
Yeah.
Because looking like Ben Mitchell had made the breakthrough and was able to roll on with it. Not so.
Oh. 30-15. All.
Tricky having to make the adjustments at the moment. The wind just dying down a little bit. Does make it tricky when it gusts up because you have to change the way you play slightly. Just the ball flatter over the net. As much net clearance.
Yeah, thank you.
Let first serve.
Oh well.
30-40.
Did the hard work to get the break back, but now Barton in more trouble. Players. Let's take a bit of speed off their serves. And into the nets. Oh boy. Yeah, and he'd be disappointed. Need to be careful there, Matt. That almost went into the ball, kid. 6-5. Mitchell again with a chance to serve for the second set.
Mitchell leads by 6 games to 5.
A couple of fans on Twitter backing one of the opponents each. First, Cameron Duffy, who we've first known to become Matthew Barton's biggest fan. Cameron Duffy says, great breakback, come on. But of course now all the good work has...
well, we'll see if it's relevant in the next game.
And then from Ayumi, who I think is from Japan, says go Ben.
He's got a bit of a following in that part of the world, Ben.
So construction workers in the background there around Margaret Court Arena, getting the courts ready for Australian Open 2016. Plenty of tickets still on sale. You can get involved there. What a wonderful Christmas present.
Time.
Give the gift of tennis in ticket form.
I do get asked that question a bit through December. As soon as it hits about December 1, any tickets to the tennis?
Tickettech.com.au.
That's where I send them.
Or facebook.com/Australian Open.
Low 15.
You win yourself a double ground pass.
Very good.
Pop them in someone's stocking.
Or AustralianOpen.com. Click on tickets. Oh,
15 all.
Barton to be glancing up that sideline. That ball very close. But this is better from Mitchell. He's going to be taking it up to Barton. Needs to be aggressive. Did well to get there in the end, but
15-13.
That was a great touch from Barton. Talk about being aggressive. It's easier said than done on the serve, and these swirling conditions affect the ball toss.
There's all.
Foot fault called on Mitchell in the match. Oh, great scrambling at the back of the court from Barton.
Good point.
He was under all sorts of pressure way back in the court. Mitchell going with that forehand cross. He had that ball sitting up nicely in the three-quarter court. But Barton was there waiting. Break back point. Chance to send it to the tiebreaker. Well, he got the serve that he wanted.
6 games all. Tie
But
break.
the break of serve is on. And again, we go to the tie break to decide the second sets.
Yeah, 2 chances have gone begging here for Ben Mitchell. That's still an opportunity to go 2 sets to love up. He can put his best foot forward here. We've seen one 5-set match earlier today.
One 0 Barton.
You have to feel that the momentum now with Barton having held in that opening point. We know it can swing around pretty quickly. Still, that defensive work's paying off.
One all.
I think a sigh of relief for Ben Mitchell there.
Ole. 2-1 Mitchell. Three-one Mitchell.
All you could do with the return, Mitchell, but it actually worked out okay. That ball landing near the baseline and jumping up at Barton. Mini break, it swings again.
3-2 Mitchell.
And this match is up for grabs right now. Mitchell getting 2 sets to love up, a huge advantage, but Barton can just jag the set here. Question of push on into the third set. He guessed right.
3-all.
But too good from Barton. We go around at 3 points all in the tie break.
Couple of tennis enthusiasts watching from the other side of the world, boys. Jake Davies, he's a Welsh tennis reporter. He's tuned in from Wales. And from Brazil, Pedro Lavandowski, who says he can't wait to see our name in the stream. Well, there you go, boys. Up for the whole world to see. Hashtag AO Playoff. Join the conversation. Let us know where you're watching from at this time of the day.
Busy for you, Pedro. The Olympics coming up next year. Just had the test events in Rio last week. All went well.
4-3 Mitchell.
Who was our man from Wales, John?
Jake Davies.
He's a tennis journalist over there.
Yeah, he's a Welsh tennis writer and tennis reporter for Last Word on Sport.
I'd like to know anyone emerging. Jake from Wales.
Led first serve. 5-3, Mitchell.
Now here's the opportunity for Mitchell. 5-3, the mini break there. Still one serve to come for Barton. Do absolutely everything to get this return back into play. Give himself a bit of a buffer. Try and serve it out.
Let for serve.
Yeah, too good in the end. Just the weight of shot from Barton. Mitchell. He was always in control. Marks to Mitchell for getting that return back. But now he has the chance. 2 serves to come. Five points to 4. Break in this tiebreaker. Wow, that's just good pressure from Barton under extreme amounts. He was pushed wide, came up with it, and he won't be going away.
Theme of this match, any little advantage, he's eroded away.
Oh!
6-5, Barton.
After the wealth of opportunity that he's had in this set, Mitchell, he's had a couple of chances to serve for it. But has just held his level. And he's got himself a set point on his serve. Will he go the big wide one again? Goes the other way. And he does get there. We're at 1 set all.
7 games
and
to
the
6.
tiebreakers have separated them. Barton this time 7 games to 6.
This is the racket that helped me beat Bernard Tomic in the 2015 French Open. But like thousands of rackets in Aussie homes, I don't use it anymore. So Medibank created Second Serve, re-gifting rackets to kids who need them the most. Your kindness could win you exclusive tickets to the Australian Open Finals, where you might even see me. Just Instagram a photo of your old racket and share its story. Use the hashtag Second Serve and tag Medibank, and I might even give you a like. Then drop your racket off at a Medibank store and we'll do the rest. Too easy. Visit medibank.com.au/secondserve for more.
Bonjour, I'm Gaël Monfils.
Hi, it's Karen Garcia.
Hi, I'm Alex Dolgopolov.
Hi, I'm Heather Watson.
Hi, I'm Andy Murray.
Hi, I'm Melina Citolina.
Hi, I'm Leighton Hewitt.
Hi, I'm Serena, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you in Perth at the Hopman Cup.
I've always loved playing the Hopman Cup. I love playing for my country. It's been a lot of fun, obviously. You get to play in a different environment. I've never played in the new stadium in Perth either. We don't know each other quite well, you know, and I think that's a good chance to know each other closer and have some fun on the court.
It's going to be great opportunity.
So we're away in the third set. Mitchell to serve. And, well, better thinking to do in that change of set because he had 2 opportunities to serve for it. And he had the lead in the tie break but wasn't able to close it out. And so now we are at 1 set all. Change of B's in the commentary box. Brett out, Boyana in.
Be out, be in.
Fault.
Get a hold of that one.
30-15.
Good touch. We need to see more of this from Mitchell. Just take the opportunity to get into the nets. He could have done it on the previous forehand that he had into that ad court. That's it. A bit more pace on the serve.
40-15. Game Mitchell,
and he
new balls
holds.
please.
Point to prove in this third set.
Just quickly on Twitter, Storm Sanders, obviously
First
viewing
game,
on the
third
live
set.
stream. She's tweeted in using hashtag AO Playoff, saying this is going to be a long one. Cameron Duffy still watching in from Scotland, saying that's my boy. He's a big Barton fan. And this astute observation from Soy Un Perdedor. Vamos Barton, funny, he served for first set and lost. Mitchell served for the second set and lost it. Tennis, what a sport
What
it
a
is.
sport
How quickly
indeed.
it can change.
Galo just trying to get his head around what the AO playoff is. Well, hopefully if you stick around, Galo, we can bring you up to date with that. And Alex James, a question for you, Bodge.
Yep.
Are AO playoff matches the equivalent to qualifying in the qualifying round? What's the difference?
Well, the difference is that there's only one prize on offer here. And best of 5 sets for the men all the way through, whereas qualifying is best of 3 sets.
And there's 8 spots.
And there's 8 spots at the end of it too, so 3 rounds of qualifying to play. So it's somewhat different to here, where the winner of the tournament will get direct entry through the wild card into the Australian Open.
And this is only open to Australian players.
Yeah.
15 love.
Geez, that breeze is really picked
really
up, hasn't
difficult
it?
now. I mean, that's been part of the issue for the servers today.
All.
It's been hard to get a read on the breeze because it gusts up, then it drops, then it picks up, then it drops again.
(30-15).
Impressive to watch Barton, because when he's in position and he hits that forehand, it's so good. But at the end of that tiebreaker, when he was out of position, he still has the ability to hit such a good forehand as well, that out of range.
40-15. Game, Barton.
Holds.
1 game all.
At the next sit down, I would like to bring you up to date with our guest Instagrammer for the week on the Tennis Australia channel. So we'll have a look at what one of our athletes has been up to.
Oh, nicely done for the back of the court. Went
Low
for
15.
it, came off.
Let first serve. Fifteen all. 30-15. All. Forty, 30.
That's the thing when you go around and play that forehand from that position. You mentioned it, Bodge, a little bit earlier, that get around there in plenty of time and it's a good shot, but if your feet aren't quite in position, that ball's coming in quick, that's where you can trip yourself up. So we continue on serve.
Game, Mitchell.
It's 2-1, third set. Time to be brought up to date with
Mitchell
our guest,
leads by 2
Grammar.
games to 1.
Yeah, it's happening on Instagram. Of course, you can contact us via Instagram using the hashtag AOPlayoff, but I just wanted to give you a look into our guest grammar of the week on Tennis Australia's channel, and it is Kimberly Birrell, at Kimberly Birrell 98, and you can see a picture of her and Maddie Inglis over at the gym at the National Tennis Centre this morning, doing a little workout session, a little roll on the foam mats.
Fantastic facilities they have over there. They've got the gym, it's huge, and then they've got the ice baths downstairs and a physio room, indoor courts, outdoor, clay courts.
You'd be familiar with the ice baths, wouldn't you, over there?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You're an ice bath aficionado.
And who's the fella standing there in the background? Do you know him?
He's the strength and conditioning coach for Queensland.
So you can follow Kim Birrell at Kimberly Birrell 98, and Maddie Inglis is there as well. Right,
Time.
See what she's been up to. She's got a private account there. Is that her dog? Golden Retriever there. Sunglasses on, very nice.
Research live on air here at the Wildcard Playoff. I like it. Well, match continues on. Still none the wiser to who has the momentum. Very even contest here on court number 6.
15 low.
Oh!
15 all.
Later on, we're going to get Boyana's picks for the quarterfinal day
Considering
tomorrow.
how well my picks were today, may as well continue on that
Well, look,
winning roll, winning theme.
a rainbow of predictions coming up. Now, small window of opportunity.
Yeah.
Barton's level just dropping ever so slightly.
Picks
up again.
Tough to read that first serve because remember when we watched Matt Barton play on Monday using the T serve a lot, but does have that ability to change it up when he goes on the ad side out wide.
Particularly in this match, we've seen him use the wide serve.
40-13.
Just ensuring that Barton had to play that extra ball. And that's the thing with the breeze, you need to be really sure of your footwork to make sure you're in that right position. Particularly saw that wide forehand from Ben.
And you really can't set your feet too early because that wind can carry that ball, so you have to keep those little steps going right up until you hit it.
So breakpoint opportunity early in the set for Mitchell. See, with the variation. So when he's been under pressure, Barton, he's been able to mix it up.
Yep.
So that T serve and wide serve.
So where would you stand now, Pete?
Yeah, I'd stand right where he's standing right now. Because I'm not sure which one he's going to use. In a little bit here.
Come on!
And he gets there. Break a serve. It's 3-1.
Mitchell
in the
leads
third
by
set.
3 games to
But
1.
it's a good question that you ask about where you actually position yourself when you've got someone who's got a bit of variation in their serve, and it's where he was standing in the court I thought was fine. It's more about which way he's leaning to be able to pick which way the serve's going.
I think you always anticipate maybe, it's sort of like an anticipate, I think he might go left, so I'll go there. And that's at the end of the day, it's what it is. It's anticipating where you think your opponent will go.
Just trying to remember the player yesterday in the women's singles who we covered so many matches yesterday, bouncing on her feet the entire time. And then the serve comes in, and then that little split step, and then into the shot.
I can throw out some names, Pete.
It was later in the day. I've got to go
Storm
back.
Sanders?
It wasn't Storm.
30 love.
Arena, Rodnova, Kayla McPhee.
Who else do
Abby
we have in our
Myers.
courts?
Well,
I know you're going to
we'll
roll
just
through
run
all
through
of us. Not going to help me. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I noticed Sally Pierce doing it, but I'm not sure.
40 love.
But it's just the point of, and we'll see if we can pick it up here with Matthew. The importance of that split step as the ball's about to be served, to be able to push off there. That's set up for
40-15.
We notice the split step's always taken as your opponent makes contact with the ball. So you'll notice that once you land, you can then take off and go either direction. And that split step's so important in every single aspect of the game.
Yep, so just watch Matt down the bottom of the screen here as that ball's about to be released. He'll move and then a bit of a jump.
Yep.
Oh, nicely done. Great hands.
40-13.
Set up that point well. A couple of big forehands, big weapon for him. He did well.
Mitchell.
He was keeping Barton in that corner of the court,
Mitchell
wearing
leads
him
by
down.
4 games
He
to
consolidates
1.
the break. It's 4-1 in the third set. John Hoovenars.
Let's have a look at the Twitter profile of Ben Mitchell for a second.
Okay.
See what he's been up to lately.
No banner picture.
No banner picture, you don't need that. Great week's training in some hot conditions with John Millman and James Duckworth. That was just last week. A picture of him here with John Millman after a day of pre-season baths, ice baths. Obviously, those two get along pretty well, Bodge.
Both Queenslanders talking about ice baths, how important that is for recovery, especially leading up. Everyone's in training blocks obviously right now, and then recovery, especially after 5-set matches. So Brad Mousley, for example, would be surely having to get into that ice bath after today.
You get used to it, don't you?
No, I don't.
We should say we worked together on Live at Wimbledon Radio earlier
Time.
this year, and the discussion turned around to the facilities that they have at Wimbledon and the All England Club, and turned to ice baths, and a challenge was thrown down to you to outlast one of our other commentary colleagues in an ice bath, and did it with flying colours.
How long?
Could have stood there for 3 hours the way things were going. One for the Aussies.
It's all in the head, isn't it? It's a mental game.
Well, I did have the upper hand in that I'd done a few ice baths over my time, but it was my day off and it was 8 a.m, so I still came in and
She's struggling with the air conditioning in here.
because I'm used to the heat.
15 love.
But yes, important recovery tool.
Oh. 30 love.
Oh, he just got too close.
30-15.
Casual, that ball up the line. Stay down.
$40-15. Game, Barton.
Good holds. So Mitchell now.
Mitchell leads by 4 games to 2.
And Mitchell's gotten out to a lead. He's been dragged back by Barton. So the pressure on Ben Mitchell here to hold his serve, hang on to the advantage that he's got.
15 love.
Oh!
30 love.
Just can't afford to be loose, Barton, in this situation. Really, the thing that he was able to do well in the previous set was the return of serve to get the rally going. And that's smart serving. Just moving the ball around.
And it's important on that first serve to make sure that it never becomes predictable. So it's having the ability to obviously hit the big flat ones, but also use other areas of the court. I think sometimes the body serve's not used enough. Oh! It's a little underestimated.
And it's 5-2. Mitchell does hold. Looking good in this third set.
By 5 games to 2.
Matthew Barton actually harbours aspirations of a career in the NFL following if the tennis falls through. Well, he's posted this little video on his Twitter account a couple of months ago on the tennis court, but with an American football in hand, and he wants to be the first quarterback in the NFL.
No, they've got plenty of quarterbacks in the NFL. The first
Aussie
quarterback, rightio. Just wondering where that was going.
It's been a long day, mate.
How is the Twitter going at the moment?
Yeah, it's good actually.
Now look at this.
Bit of love for Bodge there.
JP.
Good old JP.
Come on, mate. It's okay for Bodge. What about me? Come on. I thought we had a thing last year.
I reckon Bodge has just slipped him a 50 there.
Oh, come on now. It's great to hear JP tuning in.
Is that the going rate? Come on, I'll wire it to you, JP.
Oh, here we go. She's written back. The Combox is missing you this year, J. Pat Smith. We could have been the next Roy and HG.
Which role would you have played in that mix?
Figure of speech, that one.
Come on, JP. Where's the love for me? Anyway, Barton serving to stay in this third set. To get Joel to work on my Twitter presence. John. Can you spare him for a few
15.
hours? Yeah. Good. Absolutely. He still hasn't come back from lunch yet, actually.
All.
Talk about that body serve, trying to get into the hip of Ben Mitchell.
$30-15.
Ooh.
30 all.
It was an all or nothing shot up the line. Just need to get that bit more margin because Mitchell was still going to be out of position.
Oh! 30-14.
So set point for Mitchell. Really take a stranglehold on this match. 2-1, huge advantage. And a double faults.
Third set, Mitchell.
And there's a fist
6
pump.
games to 2.
Big hurdle jumped for Ben Mitchell.
By 2-1.
He's got a 2-1 lead. He takes the third set. 6 games to 2.
Good luck, mate. Good. You win.
I win. I'll take the silver boat, the big one.
So I got the little baby boat?
Yeah.
Okay, I hope it's quick. All right, here we go.
For set, Mitchell to serve.
So we're ready now for the fourth set. And it's Mitchell with the advantage of serving first.
Love.
You noticed something in the change of ends, Boyana, particularly with Matthew Barton.
I sort of noticed it in the last service game of Matthew Barton. Just seemed to back off a little bit. Especially off the forehand side, when he was out of position, he was going for the all or nothing shot. And, you know, within these 3 sets, he's really been able to get that ball back into play and reset the point. So whether that's a little bit of fatigue or whether he wanted to change his tactics.
40 love.
We'll have to wait and see how he responds, but I'm just maybe sensing a little bit of fatigue. And like you mentioned, Pete, these 3 sets are actually quite long.
And particularly when you factor in early on in the sets, we see scorelines like this, 40 love, 40-15, the service hold quite easily. Then it tightens up.
Out.
But the thing
Game,
is,
Mitchell.
can't afford to be loose because Mitchell, we know,
First game, fourth
a
set.
little bit more experience in terms of playing the 5 sets. So if Barton's trying to conserve a little bit, it's got to be go time now. Otherwise, this could slide away pretty quickly.
Ben Mitchell's the type of player that he really makes you work for your points, so he's not going to give you many free points. And for Matthew, he really has to, if he wants to continue to go deep into this 4th and 5th set, he's going to have to produce not only some great shots, but also start creating something as well. I guess it's that mindset.
Yep.
Changing that mindset rather than going for it all the time, sort of hang in there as long as he can.
Well, one thing that has dropped off from both players, particularly in that 3rd set, is players weren't really getting to the net as much as they were in the opening 2 sets. We saw it a couple of times, but they weren't really opening up the opportunities to attack.
15 love.
So for Barton here, he is struggling a little bit at this stage of the match. Quick service games are the order of the day.
Out. 30 love.
Wow.
30-15.
And the first thing that goes in that situation, the feet, the legs, the movement.
And when your feet aren't there, your strength for Barton would be his forehand goes missing as well, so they work hand in hand.
$40-15.
Terrific return.
40,
Good
13.
anticipation from Mitchell.
Just seems like Mitchell has that little spring in his step. Really knows that these first few games of this fourth set's so crucial in continuing that momentum.
Well, the thing was, I mentioned that he sort of jumped that hurdle of that third set where things started to open up a little bit for him.
Juice.
And there, just pushing line.
Just going for a bit too much.
It's a high part of the net sort of stuff. He's done it well. There's a difference in movement between the two players that Bojano's talking about. And another breakpoint opportunity here for Mitchell.
I mean, Barton had the right idea. You know, you were talking about they were lacking that little bit of forward movement coming into the net, but Barton just not doing enough with that volley, and Ben Mitchell, great pushing off that baseline to get to that short one.
And he's there.
Mitchell, new balls,
fist
please.
pump, you see it right in front of us. 2 games to love.
Mitchell leads by 2 games to love.
Well, the Bureau of Meteorology has updated its forecast for the rest of the week. We'll have a quick sneak preview of that.
Can we call it the Bojana Babusic forecast? Because
that?
this is, let's have a look.
Quick look at tomorrow. Sunny is going to be hotter than expected. 35 degrees now, the top.
Your
And
sort of
then
temperatures.
Perfect conditions.
Friday, mostly sunny up to 36.
Even
and then
better.
Saturday, 39. And Sunday, 35 with an 80% chance of rain now.
In the morning and afternoon.
It could wreak havoc with the tournament.
That could change.
It's weather
15
Melbourne's
love.
changeable. On the
Always
hour.
changes.
It's a bit like when you ask Bojana a question.
No, he said that, not
Wow.
me. He said that, not me.
No, I've taken a standpoint from today. I've made decisions.
Yep. And you're not careful, she'll call you an idiot. Again, it's that backhand that's really broken down, hasn't it?
Yep.
From Barton. Just the
Not-
rhythm that he had is gone.
Not enough legs in that shot, or in those last 2 backhands.
40 love.
And so for Mitchell, just needs to keep playing his game. He can now dictate terms. It's on his racket at this stage of the match.
Bolts.
Until he's stopped by the umpire. Have we had umpire strikes back? That would have been the first one on the list of films.
Game Mitchell.
And this one coming to a rapid conclusion.
Mitchell leads by 3 games
3
to love.
games to love for Mitchell and 2 sets to 1 up.
For all the Instagram users out there, don't forget to follow the Tennis Australia Instagram channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the trainer has been called to court.
/tennisoz because we have a guest grammar.
Just
this
before
month.
you do that,
Yep.
I think Matt Barton's got the trainer coming out, so we have
Okay.
a little bit more time here.
So, as I mentioned earlier, Kim Birrell is our guest grammar for the month of December. That means she'll be featuring on the Tennis Australia channel with a couple of snaps throughout the week. Here's one from a week ago. Excited to be
Priscilla?
the guest grammar for this month. There's Priscilla Yon. And this shot on the beach. She was spending a day off down on the dunes up in the Gold Coast.
Very nice.
So that's all at Instagram, the Tennis Australia channel. You can click the follow button there and stay up to date with all of the news and events out of Tennis Australia and, of course, the guest grammars.
While we've got the opportunity with the break for the trainer to come out onto court, and we might see if we can get Bojana's picks for tomorrow's matches.
Oh.
And it starts at 10 a.m. local time as the trainer makes his way out. We'll keep an eye on that. Destiny Ieva taking on Arina Rodionova, the second seed. Rodionova taking on the young Victorian. Where do you see this one going?
Look, it's a prime example of the junior coming up against the senior. Destiny Ayeva's 15 years of age.
Yes.
But look, she played an amazing match on Tuesday. against Olivia Trangimulia and got through that in 3 sets. And I think I'm going for the upset there. I think Destiny might take it to Arena tomorrow.
Okay, Storm Sanders in our next match, the 6th seed, taking on Abby Myers.
Similar types of game styles, both very aggressive 1-2 play players.
Yep.
I think Storm's probably played a little bit more tennis than Abby. I think it'll come down to who can execute the best, but I'm going to go with Storm on that one.
Good. She won't tweet you then in anger. Kayla McPhee with a surprise packet on day 1 of the women's draw. Good win over the top seed Olivia Rogovska. Will play Madison Inglis. I've got a feeling I know which way this is going.
Well, these two played against each other last week at the 18 under nationals. They were in the same group, and Maddie got through in a tight 3-set match. And I'm pretty sure Kayla was up a set in 5-2, and then Maddie found a way to come back and win. But I think based off Maddie's performance last week and her match on Tuesday against Zoe Hives, I'm going to pick Maddie on that one.
Thought you'd say that. And Belinda Wilcock will play Natha Baines, who was particularly impressive in our first match yesterday.
Yeah, Natha's made a really good transition from juniors to seniors, and Belinda's obviously playing some great college tennis for the University of Florida. But I think if Natha can keep her game consistent, not just keep the ball in, but execute consistently, I think she'll get the win there tomorrow.
So they are the quarterfinals. We'll have all the action for you right here, wherever you're watching us around the world.
Do I get anything if I get 4 out of 4?
Our admiration for the day. Meanwhile, the injury timeout, I think the assessment's being made here. And it's an upper leg issue.
Let's head over to Twitter in the meantime.
Now we've been waiting for this.
Yeah, we're wondering
Here we
whether
are.
we'd hear from older brother of Ben Mitchell, Luke Mitchell, over in the States, doing some fantastic work for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I believe Season 3's just started here in Australia. So Luke Mitchell, one of the stars of the show, and he's up watching the YouTube live stream and watching his brother, who has a 2-1 lead over Matthew Barton. He says, "Bring it home, Benny. Fist pump, tennis ball. Hashtag AO playoff."
I can see that though. Why do you have to say fist bump and
I
tennis
was
ball?
just embellishing it. Now, Luke Mitchell, being in the showbiz industry, he should be all right at the hashtag wars. I reckon he's got something up his sleeve to give us. Luke, we're doing hashtag wars today. Tennis.
That's the way we're going. We're talking directly to our viewers, one-on-one.
Tennis-themed movies. I want to see if we can extract one out of Luke Mitchell before the broadcast is done. Give us your best tennis-themed movie, Luke.
Okay.
Hashtag AO playoff on Twitter is the place to do it.
As we see on screen, Matthew Barton just receiving a medical timeout.
So the 5 minutes underway. Will this help though? And obviously his movement was hampered.
Yep. We did seem to sort of step back just a little bit towards the end of that 3rd set, whether that was fatigue or his legs were starting to feel it. That might be a direct result of why the physio's on court.
Will give him a second wind. He's Ben Mitchell on your screen there in a very good position in this match, and he can keep rolling, just holding his serve. And if he's able to do that, then he'll run out this match quite comfortably. But we beware the injured opponent. We roll back to 12 months ago in the final with your friend, JP.
JP.
Come on, JP. Send a bit of Twitter love. And Jordan Thompson. Both
still
players
can't get over that, can you,
both
Pete?
players were struggling in that final set. The trainers were out.
Yep.
And the momentum shifted backwards and forwards.
Well, Jordan was up 2-0. Then JP came back and won the next 2 sets.
Yep.
And then it was toe-to-toe, both cramping.
Well, it affected their serve in particular.
Yep.
They couldn't really push off on the serve. You know, multiple injuries. To be taken away from the courts on the golf cart. So Ben Mitchell, you can see there, he's just waiting. This is nice tactically. Just I'm feeling confident. 3-love up. Let's get it on. Let's go.
Just wants to keep that momentum going, so I can understand him getting out of the blocks early.
Yep, he'll be standing there. He's just standing there, bouncing around, just getting ready. It can be at times a momentum killer. full time out. Because of the long period of time, it's about a 7-8 minute break.
Yeah.
Time.
And he's going to take every last second of it too.
We'll see how we can push off now. Be interesting, that first step after he does serve. Whether there's anything left in the tank for Matthew Barton.
So he's love 3.
Please. Love 15.
And the other thing to look at too will be getting around to that backhand.
Yep.
So Ben Mitchell here will be moving Matt Barton around the court as much as possible.
Love 13.
He still hasn't got that movement in the legs, does he?
No, well, I was just trying to figure out which leg Matthew Barton was getting worked on, and I'm pretty sure it was his right leg, and that's the one he hits a lot off his open stance. Hits a lot open stance, so it means he really needs to generate a lot of power for that right leg, and this last game I just don't think he's been able to do that.
15-14.
And like you said, Pete, when the legs are gone, the shots are gone too.
Well, you tend to overcompensate.
Yeah.
And that works sort of through the shoulders, through the upper body. But still makes it tough because you're not used to playing
Mitchell
like that.
leads by 4 games to love.
And so it's 4 love. Better get a quick mention in of our competitions. There looks like they're about to close, I think, John.
They are our flagship competition on Facebook. Every day of the week, your chance to win a double ground pass to the Australian Open. Head over to Caption This and get your suggestion in before the end of this match, and we'll be awarding a winner after the day's play.
Oh. 30 low.
So it's unfortunate, really, that those first 2 sets. I'd say that Matt was really taking it up to Ben.
Low.
That's a great serve. I mean, a player that struggling with movement, put the serve out wide, get it moving away from him.
This is where match fitness really comes into play, and for Matt, who hasn't probably played a whole lot of tennis throughout the year, and for someone like Ben, who's had a really strong end to 2015, that match fitness can't be bought.
It's a key difference, isn't it? He's 1 game away from a spot in the
by 5
semi-finals.
games to love.
Mitchell, 5 love in this final, potentially the final set, the 4th set here on court number 6. Any last instructions, John? It looks like this is working its way to a conclusion.
Caption This, do you mean?
Well, just in general. Anything else you want to?
Oh, just keep the tweets coming through Twitter, hashtag AO Playoff, and a bit of peer pressure for Luke Mitchell to. Oh no, that's just adding to the noise there. Of course, we had Luke Mitchell tweeting in, and Ayumi from Japan getting on the train too, saying, "Yeah, come on, Benny." And Australian Open just saying, "Surely, Ben Mitchell's #1 fan, without doubt."
You want to sing a few tunes before we finish off?
Yeah,
John?
we've sort of missed the singing.
I think maybe we could do a tennis and music theme tomorrow.
Oh, what a great idea.
So Matt Barton now at love 5 in the 4th sets.
Love 15.
It's a shame that it's ending this way because it has been a highly competitive match.
Yep.
I think
Love 13.
doesn't deserve a bagel. At least for Matt Barton to get on the board in this 4th set.
Let. First serve. Let. First serve.
Just clipping the tape again.
Thank you. Wait, please. Oh, thank you.
Again, just
Love
very
14.
proppy as he moved towards that ball. It's love 40. It's 3 match points for Ben Mitchell, the 4th seed. And there it is.
Match, Mitchell. 3 sets to
So it was a tame finish in the end, but a competitive match overall, and Ben Mitchell is through to the semi-finals. Faced a tough battle though, and he wins 7-6, 6-7, 6-2, 6-love. And Boyana, unfortunately, Matt running out of steam towards the end of that match, but Ben Mitchell with a few things to think about as he prepares to take on Brad Mousley in the semi-finals in a couple of days' time.
Well, I think for Ben, for him to continue his winning ways, obviously I've mentioned before he's done so well in the back end of 2015, but today wasn't an easy match because Matthew Barton completely dominated Omar Usika the other day, who's our up-and-coming junior. So for Ben to lose that second set after being in the lead, I think mentally it's a really good sign for him that he can come back and he can continue his winning ways.
Well, he knows how to play long 5-set matches, so he understands what it's all about and the different periods through the match and what's required. But tight opening couple of sets, but then it started to open up from there. So Ben Mitchell, be pretty happy to get through there, and he'll play Brad Mousley, who had a 5-set win, an upset win over the second seed, Jordan Thompson, 6-4 in the 5th set. Marinko MATOSEVIC in straight sets today over Luke Saville. He's looking in good form, and James Duckworth straight sets over Marc POLMANS. So Duckworth to face MATOSEVIC in the semi-final, and Mousley to play Mitchell. Some intriguing semi-finals coming up in a couple of days' time.
For sure, and I think today was really a moment where players really had to step up to the plate and take that opportunity. And Marinko was very impressive today. Obviously played 5 sets on Monday, but for him to get through in straight sets against Luke Saville was a really good sign. Brad Mousley, I was fortunate enough to be out there on court 7 and capture that match, and he really took it to Jordan Thompson and had a lot of great forehands, the power that he can generate off that shot, and to match it with the world 154th player. So congrats to Brad for getting through that one. So look, it's gonna continue to get exciting and more exciting.
As it will tomorrow with the women's singles quarterfinals. Destiny Ieva taking on Arina Rodionova. Storm Sanders and Abby Myers. That'll be an intriguing encounter. We've got Caleb McPhee taking on Madison Inglis, a player in good form, as Boyana has alluded to throughout today. And then Belinda Woolcock will take on Nate Thebain. So some new names and new faces into the quarterfinal stages. Thank you, John, for your work today.
Great to be here. Thank you to all the contributions from our viewers right around the world on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Be back tomorrow, same time, same place for more fun.
Enjoy the ice bath, Boyana. I'm sure that's where you're heading next, isn't it?
She doesn't know where she's heading.
And we look forward to your company tomorrow from 10 o'clock local time as the 2016 Australian Open Wildcard Playoff continues. We'll catch you then.